Hey everybody, it's Chanchai. Hope you're all doing pretty well. We're going to be doing the Akai Leagues today, and it's been a while. We've missed like 3 weeks of Akai Leagues. I really regret that, but well, I don't regret the stuff I did with family and all the other stuff I had to take care of, but I do miss Akai Leagues. So here we are. How's everyone doing today? I hope everyone's doing really, really well. The Akai Leagues is every Saturday and Sunday, well, almost. Pretty much every Saturday and Sunday, and they happen around this time for both North America and EU, and they are really wonderful league battle rooms, similar to my Chanchai's Dojo, um, except these ones are, Akai does keep track of the results in the Akai Leagues. That does make them a little more competitive, but they're actually meant for everyone, and to provide a lot more of a great place, a regular place for people to gain a lot of match experience and compete a bit. And right now I'm guessing I'm probably third at this point because I've missed like 3 weeks of them. But I was pretty close. I was like in a back and forth with Rare Entity, but right now I'm pretty sure Rare Entity has clear first place lead in the season. Or maybe the season's over. I'm not sure yet, but I will find out in just a bit. But it's all good, it's all fun, and Rare Entity has been playing amazing. He's definitely been playing as the front runner this season. So, I am, of course, very proud of how many times I've won the Akai Leagues. I've won many seasons. I think I've won about a total of 8 seasons of Akai Leagues. But it's been a lot of fun. Won it on PlayStation and on PC as well. And in one season, I won both the PlayStation and the PC season as well. Nowadays, it's combined because we do have crossplay. So I'm going to double check a few things, make sure everything's good, and I'm going to clear my throat. Give me 1 moment. And pardon me, it's just clearing the morning itis. It's not really an itis because I'm not sick. But I did wake up not too long ago. Alright, we're also going to join Akai on his on voice chat as we normally do. So, I know.
Am I set? Let's take it a little bit more. Hey Tricky, how are you? Right. Miss me. 4-9 here to the not here to pressing up can't
It's a good audio check. This sound. Good morning, Akai. I hope you're doing well.
Hey, how are you? It's been a while, yeah? Good morning.
Yeah, I'm really happy to be able to play in the Akai League again. It's been like I think 3 weeks, 2 or 3 weeks. It's been a while.
Alright, you guys should be able to hear Chant right now. Soon, once I complete. Hey, we got Mr. Ari in there also. Or 9. It's not a normal setup.
I know, Mr. Your mic output is a little lower than normal, but it's okay. I can hear you.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's a lot stronger.
I my voice turned away from
Gotcha. I see. Also, in response to Mister, who says, I hope that now Sega gives us more trailers and doesn't force us to wait until the end of 2027 to see more of the
Yeah.
game. I think the campaign is underway, right? I think really the Crossroads campaign is underway. While I still think we're gonna be maybe a bit of time before we see the next, really big trailer. I think we're gonna start seeing more and more trailers, and we're gonna see more promotional material. But I don't think it's gonna be like a full onslaught until maybe 6 months towards the release of the game. But we'll definitely be seeing more, and we'll seeing a much greater frequency than say 9 or 10 months. But I do think it was right of them to, to prepare for, big reveal. Prepare for. Currently, aside from the Tokyo Game Show / Evo sequencing aspect issue last year, I've been happy with the way that they're preparing this rollout, and I have a strong belief in their rollout. But the only really huge misstep for me was basically that I feel like the Evo / Tokyo Game Show was supposed to be like a sneak peek for fans, for hardcore VF fans, and I think that got stretched into 2 events that created like an expectation that just was not going to be met. And on top of that, you put all of the meat up front, and then later on it's like, well, we're going to talk about it later, and that's what they said, but that's not what the fans now want, right? Fans are like, when you tell us to go look at this other event, we think it's going to be a bigger reveal. And well, they revealed, I guess, they revealed details in talk, which is not what people are asking for, and then they reveal like what, it's not a 10-second tease, but it felt like a 10-second tease. So that's what happened. And I just think that was an issue of sequencing, and I think the intentions were good, but it just created a lot of wrong expectations and frustration as a result. But the overall content for a way sneak peek, for like way ahead of time, quite a bit of a tease, more than a tease, I think that's actually was good stuff, but that's not how the masses interpret that. So I think it was well intentioned. Yeah, they come out.
The
Yeah.
Second, so I'm sorry. Just the other made, so what's the second one? Yeah, sorry. So I'm gonna mute myself for a bit. Go ahead, Chai.
But yeah, like Dr. Hugbox is reinforcing, says, yeah, they came out too loud with nothing to back it up, right? And it's more like all of the backup was front loaded, yeah, with the too loud part. And then people were expecting to see more meat from that because they weren't sure how to interpret that first one too. And then, but what they got was, the panel was, the panel was given 2 months later, right? It's like, here's the reveal. We're gonna have a panel in 2 months, but yeah, it just, sequencing doesn't really work out. People kind of, their intention was good, but that's my interpretation, is that their intention was good. But yeah, I think, but they learned from that. They clearly learned from that because it gets referenced a lot, and yeah. But I think now we're seeing now there is more that can be shown. There's already been quite a bit that's been revealed. The reception to Crossroads reveal has been really, really good. I don't really see negative reaction. The negative reaction are the type that wants to be negative reaction, but I don't see any actual negative reaction. like I don't see any actual sincere, good faith negative reaction to it. There just might be some people there's going to be some of us in the community that might be like, well, I want to see more multiplayer stuff. Why don't you show me more of that, right? It's like, well, in due time. But they're not actually complaining about what's there. They just out loud admitting they just want multiplayer. I'm like, this is the way to go. They should really emphasize how much story and single player is also an important deal. It's a super important deal. It is 1,000% like an important deal because we actually care about the masses getting this game. We actually care about a lot of people wanting this game. They'll please us in time, and they've already pleased a lot of us. It's just a few of us there's just a few people that, of course, are like, only about versus mode, and I think they still gave us stuff, but you know. But I also know I have some friends that are. That's the way it's gonna be. You know, some people will be like that, and we understand. They'll get their stuff. It's very clear that this. To be honest, the thing that blows my mind, right, is that it feels like we're looking at. They're gonna say it's one team, but it feels like it's the product of like you've got a whole. It's like making two games into one product. That's the feels I get with this with Crossroads. It's like this is like two productions in one. You know, do they have the pipeline and the flow and the resources to do this? Yes, but it is a huge ass investment. So you know, they're like, we didn't come to play. You know, we came to kill. Yeah, Chad in my chat is like, yeah, here's a panel where we watch the trailer again in slow motion. But we also get, you know, Tokido raising his hand up. You know, like we heard how much of a great student in school Tokido was, and we got to see it on in action at Tokyo Game Show 2025. You know, and we got to see it's like Tokido, like who would like to end? Who has a question? All right, you know, so. Yeah, so Dr. Hugbox is definitely like iterating like the negative that he sees is just the people being a butthead. You know? And then there's also the negative the people that are trying to make a negative story out of nothing, and it's like you know, we see you stretching, we see you trying. You know, that's cute. You know. But no, the reaction has been really, really wonderful. Of course, the reactions I want to see more, even more, and I have seen a lot of it, but I want to see even more of it, is people that don't even play fighting games getting excited for the Virtua Fighter Crossroads. That's what I'm really looking to see. And I see a good amount of it, but I definitely want even more. I want way more than what we're seeing too. And I think we'll get that, especially as the campaign goes forward. That's gonna matter more than anyone knows, right? Most people know, but some people are really, you know, they want to be served first, and I get that. But this is, but you want long-term success. You want the prestige too. I'm not a prestige-chasing person, but if you want the prestige, right? What is prestige? Prestige is leading something that everybody really wants and values, right? And VF does want the prestige, you know. Success, a lot of in this industry and in entertainment products, success wants that prestige. Yeah.
Alright, sorry for my delay and stuff. As expected, and some stream chats I got already set. So once I finish posting everywhere on the different Discord channels, we'll start the countdown. Again, just 50% on this way. New stream setup station, and I'm actually streaming on here and Xbox. So please bear with me as I try to figure things out. Try and error.
Funny note, sometimes if you don't see, like, let's say Akai's League in the lobby, and you know it's there, sometimes even when you refresh that lobby view, you might not see it. So what I just did was I jumped out and then jumped back, like jumped out of the lobby search completely and jumped back into the room search, and I found it. So this is a heads up. That's not because of Akai, it's just sometimes a lobby room might just not show up even when you hit the refresh button. So make sure to, sometimes if you're not seeing the room, you know, leave the room search, come back into the room search, and you might find it. All right. Strawberry says that they are a bit disappointed, but it's selfish. Gameplay looks sweet. It's smart for them to market it like a single player Kyrgyzstan game. Yeah, well, and also to show their commitment to it. I mean, some of us picked up on it right away. Once I saw the Wolf reveal, and then I saw the Art of Virtua Fighter featurette that was released, I think that was March or February of 2025. I was really like, I was like, they're going hard on story. Like, they're going hard on it. I don't know how hard, but I knew from there that they're actually putting resources into that, especially during that wolf reveal. And I had to chat with some people. I think I've had a chat with Tricky on it. I know I had to chat with Shidosha about it, where I was just like, I really love that it looks like they're really serious about the single player related stuff. Or at the very least, like, it looks like there's a lot going into both the art direction, the redesign of the character, and they're even hinting at backstory elements. So that's not for nothing. That teaser was definitely trying to say, I mean, with they're using the announcer, the ring announcer, but it's like, yeah, there's an actual story going on, and they're actually hinting that they're kind of serious about the plot, or about the storytelling. Yeah, and by the way, yeah, Tricky says, also latest video had me dying. I love being your narrative villain, your Genkai. Yeah, also, everybody has responded to it. I respond to it right away, just like everyone else. Everybody loves the mural scene. That mural scene, they did say that cost them quite a bit, is so worth it. That thing totally won me over. Like, I could watch that mural scene all day, and I did last week. So, yeah, the mural fighting scene is just, oh man, it's art, it's soul. It puts it in. You're like, this game has got wonderful art, but this game has got real soul. You know, because a lot of players felt that. A lot of players felt that. People who don't touch VF felt that. You know, like, yeah. I do like listening to Haya's ideas of the story. He thinks that, Wolf's story gonna be him in Leifei's strip club. And it's like, okay, that's you, Haya. Yeah, that's you. We got you, man. That definitely sounds like a Haya's paradise. We're all living in a Haya's paradise. And the giant swing you once or twice because we're living in a Haya's paradise. Kusano said, surprised they didn't actually show that mural scene on stage for Summer Game Fest. I get that. Summer Games Fest is interesting, right? It is true that to get really a lot out of this, you had to watch the showcase. But what they did show at Game Fest really worked, I think. It could be even much more exciting, but I thought it was excellent. The only downside was, as we all know, at Summer Games Fest, the stream had the audio lagging, or at the very least, we don't know. It might have been that trailer. The audio was lagging for some reason at Summer Games Fest. But I'm sure that's not intentional, and I don't want to create a conspiracy theory around that. It was just unfortunate, but it didn't really diminish the effect. The only effect that it seemed to diminish was how long it took to confirm that was Pai-chan, right? So I think that's the only thing. Is just like I think that's Pai-chan, and then it's like way later. You're like, Pai-chan, and so you're like, And then so Tricky says that's how they had to do a shorter one. Yeah. It's smarter to do what they did. Yes, announce the later in the day event. Yes, generate even more hype. Yeah, and it did succeed, and it drew. It's very clear that it wasn't just VF players that watched the showcase, and that was true a year and a half ago, but it was true now. A lot of people went to that showcase, and that showcase also creates a reaction event, right? It creates a longer video. Whether it's Max doing the reaction video or anyone else, it creates a much more focused about the Virtua Fighter reveal video. The combination of the Games Fest, but then also, okay, they're gonna also edit in. We're gonna watch the showcase, so we're gonna react to that. So I do think that the reaction videos benefit greatly, and it creates a lot more signal. It creates a lot more good Virtua Fighter signal. Crossroads signal. So I think it was very successful. I think it was not, they did that also at the very initial reveal of Virtua Fighter, and I think that worked pretty well, but it took a while for people to kind of get it, right? people were ready because of that. They were ready for this, and so the reaction videos like really came out really well for Crossroads. I think that it looks like a really big success to me.
Table access on these two stuff. Okay, like for example, the start of my very started my match countdown. University of again, this is for open league session. This has to be a bit in the distant North America and play with America. If you have trouble getting into room, let me know.
Ready, go!
Join that room as a spectator. This goes 2026. 30 seconds. Join that AC control. Some people say that if you join for 30, join the room as a spectator, then you're allowed to join the treatment. So that's why there's a word. So the Jackie room is for North America. That's posted on the Steam platform.
Knockout!
Group room today is hosted on page 5. That's Hesselio, France.
Round
It
4.
was Judgment 6 because
Ready,
the technical
go!
club said they didn't just have to keep. That they were out right, involved.
Hey, Chad the Third had a wonderful question for everybody in both chats. So, you guys know what is the name of the annual Virtua Fighter team tournament again? I know the answer. But I think he's talking about real life, by the way. It's the name of the real life VF team tournament. It's actually not yearly, by the way. Chad the Third. So just to let you know, it's actually not an annual tournament. So the tournament is called Beat Tribe Cup. It used to be called Athena Cup. Yeah. So.
You say all the team tournament stuff is Virtua Fighter relationship, VFR. So they always have team tournament on that. Let's see. Alright, so far matches before we begin both leagues. Right now have the players in North America. Where we have 6 or 7.
Round 1.
Awesome.
Ready, go!
For the record, for a lot of the Virtua Fighter community in Japan, B Tribe Cup is the big one. Like, that's the one they care about, like, the most by a lot. So it's also
like in a couple of months, next week, we have just fine
Round 2.
Japan, so
Ready, go!
yeah. Hi is adding to the lore. He says Beat Tribe Cup gonna be in VF Crossroads, gonna be called Wolf Cup, because there is no team without Wolf. No. That said, I like to joke about how there's no I in team, but you can't spell team without M and E.
Round 3.
So. Tricky says, yo, you said something about how people don't know how important it is to have someone like, okay, I think he's talking about the Chad, to have someone like me as a figurehead in VF. I was wondering what you meant actually. Shin Athena. Okay, Tricky's talking to Shin Athena. Shin Athena has been an awesome contributor and chatter. They've been in, especially I think in Chad the Third's chats, but others as well. So Shin Athena, it's really wonderful to see you. I'm sure they've also been in Tricky's chats too. But again, Shin Athena, thank you very much. I really appreciate what I have read from the discussions in chat.
Zen Pace 2-4, yeah.
Knockout! Round 5.
Yes.
Ready, go! Excellent!
glad to hopefully get that fixed. And those who join the other rooms, let me know to see if I can help you out. We are now 13 rooms. Seven people who's having trouble. Alright, crossing fingers for you guys. We do know that if you have a dead version, that's work.
Round 1.
Okay,
Ready, go!
so,
So, Shinathina, what I can say is there's definitely a lot of people that in our community, and I know that the Virtua Fighter community is small compared to a lot, but we actually have a lot of amazing people like Tricky Eileen who can really represent different people, like the different players can connect to. You know, Tricky, of course, really represents can represent a lot of different people, and is really wonderful. And we're really grateful to have members like Tricky. Is of course Gentleman Thief is also a person that. Now that said, Gentleman Thief is not like a person that's gonna be. They don't speak loud at all. They don't put themselves out there. It's not their style. But that said, whenever they do put on a stream, whenever they have made a public appearance, even if it's not their thing, they've always done wonderfully too, where a lot of people look up to them. So I think we have a lot of wonderful people that represent and also lead by example in different ways. Of course, could do more. Now that said, we are really lucky and fortunate to have Tricky because of all the work that she does put in on top of all the different, well, I'm going to say segments, though that sounds heartless, but all the different segments that she represents and can help lend a voice to in our community. I do appreciate having voices for all different segments. Ones I agree with, ones I don't agree with, because I think the diversity is important. And I do think our community actually has a lot of diversity in it, but it is a small community. And, you know, we'll see which ones will really put their voices out there and stuff like that. But yeah. And I'm really grateful to have Chad. Everyone knows I'm grateful to have Chad the Third in our community. Like, I've been very outspoken about that, and I've been a fan of Chad the Third right away. Like, right away from the first time I heard them talk about stuff. You know, and many others as well. But yeah. And I think we're going to be managing that diversity is always hard. But I think our community, you know, has always just managed the diversity. I think the best we can do, and we'll talk about later on the Chad the Third video, is leading by example and creating different opportunity places for interaction.
Round 1.
You know,
Ready,
I don't really want to do exclusive stuff. What I mean is I don't like making things too exclusive, but I do like an ecosystem that has different exclusive places, you know, because I think that does mirror the real world. I do think that mirrors the player base, and I think that helps people feel represented. When people feel represented, that's a powerful thing. Of course, when people collectively try to rule everything, when people try to collectively dominate, that's my issue.
round 2.
When people collectively connect and share and grow, and especially if they can be healthy about it, it's really good. But I do think, look, with diversity comes a lot of things. Diversity is amazing, it's wonderful, but it does engender conflict because diversity tries to bridge the conflict, because you're gonna have a lot of contradictory ingredients and elements in it. So that is also why voices being heard is important. It's not just about whose voice. Go ahead.
Alright, go finish it.
So it's not just about whose voice, but it is. I live by trying to respect all the voices to a degree, and then just say, hey, okay, but let's go focus on what matters to us. And to me, what matters to us is what is the connection. What matters, and in the gaming space, what matters to us is playing the game because it connects us. So that's what I'll say. We're gonna talk more about it in a video, probably in a week or two, to be honest. So I'm gonna give an early pitch that Chad the Third gonna have a pretty cool video in the future. You know, might have numbers in there too. But he wants to talk to a lot of VF community about this topic. I think it's gonna be awesome.
We here, I think one more match. So, there are certain people that are having units. So if you're having trouble playing matches, and you can't get into the regular North America room, you're more than happy.
Round one. Ready, go!
Right. Again, this is a weekend session. So we do run about 3 leagues per session. So 10 to 15 minute training each. We're going to be starting with after versus Resident Evil.
Round two.
So
Ready, go!
let's see. But again, we play one minute in leagues to one character because I keep track of stats and the game doesn't keep track of characters. In second, third, switch. Playing with a wired connection because everyone's stats is weaker. We do recommend the delay setting of sleep and everyone did anything so delay setting for them might be
Round
better.
three. Ready, go!
Opponents are all very different. You all have less than 300 times, so this is trying to make it as far as possible. Right? If there's any issues, please let me know so that I can try to get these things smoothly. Of course, there's a dueling in case that we can use these other two beams, and maybe as a third one for those who can't actually get into these
Round four.
extra real
Ready, go!
Okay, so go ahead. Oh no, it's gonna be a big topic.
Go ahead, Chan Chan.
Okay, so Shin Athena on my chat has been talking about managing the auto, or about the concerns about their autopilot, and I'll just repeat something I've said before. But I'm gonna give a shout out to Tricky's video talking about Japanese players. There's a lot it covers actually in that small amount of time, so watch that video. But one of the things that Tricky had to admit was that she had to kind of go on instinct with when you're faced with high activity, especially high activity knowledge checking. So when you're presented with super high speed version of that, you gotta do that. So really quick, Shin Athena, my tip is learning to manage and embrace some autopilot, and that you operate in different gears of control versus instinct. That's my tip. All right, cut. Good luck, have fun, everyone. All right, everyone, it's been really good. Sorry, Akai, if you felt I was stepping on your toes.
Round one. Ready, go!
Sonic BN, nice to meet you here. Or we've seen each other.
Excellent. Round two.
Sonic BN, keep it up.
Ready, go!
Nice, there you go. Use that advantage. Nice. Nice. There you go.
Knockout.
So right now, why do I start mashing against someone like Sonic again? I mash because I realize they are not
Round three.
consistently buffering response. They're thinking, and sometimes that delay is intentional. Sometimes that delay is not intentional. But here's the thing: if your opponent delays against you, mashing tends to be good. Now, definitely there's an art to it. But if your opponent hesitates, this means that mashing is pretty good. Why? Because they're whether on purpose or not, they're throwing away their advantage when they have it. and they're making their disadvantage worse,
Forgot to
right?
train, eh?
So this is the important reason for being active in terms of buffering your response. Like when you guard something, you strike back. Now that said, that makes you open to evade, so you might be afraid of evade. But if you don't do this thing, then them mashing becomes pretty good choice, right? So there's an art to managing the risk of evade. We get to that later, but it becomes, especially if you're Akira though. So here's the thing: Akira is very strong if you use every bit of your advantage to squeeze your opponent, to keep pressure on them. If you don't do that, Akira is actually a character that should not get counter hit that much. So it will become important, like Sonic BN, I recommend work on that buffering, work on committing to doing stuff, and making that more of a controlled process over time, but try to keep making those commitments, because I'm going to tell you, Akira playing with using his frames, Akira not giving the opponent room to do anything but guess is very powerful. It will make your Akira stronger. So this means, doing your dashing elbows without hesitation, fuzzy guard if it gets blocked. You can do these things with Akira, it becomes strong and your opponent will feel suffocated. Awesome.
私の強さを見せてやろう。Round 1. Ready, go!
So good to see you, Dr. Hugbox. It's been a while.
Excellent!
Here you go, my friend.
Round
Dr.
2.
Hugbox is scary. If I'm too, like, he is, he's one of those guys that if I play light, like, I end up eating it pretty bad. Sorry, I don't know where these stutters are coming from.
Knockout!
But I'm happy fighting with Dr. Hugbox, but I feel like these stutters must be coming from me.
Round 3.
So I might have to close my web browser or something, because sometimes it's that. It's hard because as a streamer, you kind of want your web browsers open. But I kind of wonder if like the memory's just, sometimes the web browser is eating up a lot of memory. That was good. I like that Sabaki very much.
Knockout!
Alright, good game, my friend. I'm gonna close. It sucks because I won't be able to read Akai's chat, but I'll put it on my phone. Always a good hack. Use your phone.
See? I thought I'm better.
Alright, so we do that. Are there other things open that we want to close? Because it's not that I think I'm the problem, but if I am the problem, I would like to take control of it. I'd like to lower the chance of me being a problem. Proactively, right? So, and that's what I teach. Whenever I have staff, that's what I teach them, is how to solve a problem. Is not to put yourself on the defensive right away. Just be proactive in solving problems. It's about proactively solving a problem and not worrying about who's blamed. Even if someone blames you, it doesn't matter. Just if you see a problem and you can fix it, go fix it. It helps. Less headache for a lot of people, unless you fix it in a bad way. Just don't do that. But you learn from experience. Now that said, of course, I traditionally work in critical real-time environments, so you have lots of chance to put out fires. By the way, Tricky, I love Chad. Tricky, I love having you guys in. I like having you in the chat too, Dr. Hugbox. Alright, very good. I'm wondering, like, he's playing so patient. And it's like, when he plays patient, I have to like wonder, like, do I go against it really quick? And sometimes the answer is yes, but the problem is that people get mad if they do that and lose. That's just the gamble on it. But at the same time, sometimes I want to see what they're trying to go for. The risk of playing passive against someone that's playing patient though is sometimes you might give them the confidence to start committing to things that they otherwise weren't gonna be committing to. You have to be careful about that. Very good. He outplayed that. Very good. That was excellent round. All right, here we go, Anto. Here we go. See, I hesitate on some things. He gives him room to breathe himself. And like, I'm not punishing it right now, so should. But like that. And I like it. He should do the full delay kick out follow up though, to be honest. I shouldn't say it until after the game. That's me. If you're gonna walk to me, I'll just jab you. Like, what is this? Sometimes they'll 2P though, and that's okay. That 2P's not gonna hurt me. Especially with that life difference, so. And Tricky, thanks for giving the support advice to people that if you want to hear me and there's ads playing on Twitch, pop me open on YouTube and you can hear me on YouTube. So, because I do stream on both. Now that said, Max gave a lot of advice to people that dual stream. He said that basically you need to jump onto the YouTube when it's live and tell it to, like, unlist the stream video, because for some reason it has a weird effect on your subscriptions. like seems like YouTube does some weird stuff when you dual stream. And I need to ask Tricky about that if she knows what some, and Chad if they know exactly what all of the details that Mac's talking about. Yeah, Chad, you're 100%. We can worry about who's to blame when the problem is fixed. 100%. That's exactly how I operate. I don't care about it when we're dealing with this problem. I actually just care about solving problems. If any person becomes better at solving problems, that's a win. That's a plus. Very good. Crush those lows. So good to see a Karcharius hit. Very scary when you get your groove on. So this time I did use the 6 PP because I had a feeling that it would get me out of range of punish. But it's very risky to do it. Generally, it's bad. Generally, using Leon 6 PP when it's not like really there is really bad, because if they evade or they guard it, he's in trouble. And Eileen has really good 13 frame punishment. Oh my god. The 13 frame Punisher is just too good. But I had, sometimes there's that one moment where you're like, you know what? I think they're gonna try to back attack me. And they're gonna try to back attack me. And in this case, I think that doing the 6 PP is gonna get me out of range of what I think they want to do. And that was exactly what happened in this fight. I was like, okay, the punch follow-up's gonna be good here because I have a feeling what Karcharius wants to do after this situation resolves. And what it was I think they evaded the first one, but I felt like that they were gonna try to use something very direct. Now, it's a huge risk for me because if I did do the punch follow-up and they knew that I was gonna do it, or they didn't overcommit to what they did, actually she could sidekick combo me and she could destroy me for doing that. But I had a strong feeling, I just had a strong feeling of what I think they were gonna do, and that's why 6 PP was fine to do in that situation. It's generally a terrible idea to do it as Leon. I just had a strong feeling like, I think what they want to do, they're gonna whiff, and I'll go ahead and do it. And it was perfect, and I got a backbend kick in. But I'm not saying people that play Leon should do that. To be honest, if you're playing Leon, you gotta park 6 PP, you gotta park 2 KK, you gotta park 8 KK. these three things you don't want to do. Like, you don't want to do these as a default at all. You want to, if you're doing them, it's got to be damn intentional and really well reasoned out. So, you know. Twitch is good for the chat. Twitch is, I'm not saying the Chad, I'm saying the chat. Twitch is good for the chat, but I like YouTube for the video player, you know, so, and also people leaving comments. I like it that too. So that said, YouTube chat is a mix, right? I'm not the biggest fan of YouTube's chat, you know.
Ready, go!
Very nice. Okay, we got the duck and throw. So that's a good one. Alright. Let's patient. Wait for that. I did the wrong. I hit the K button. I didn't want to. That's okay. I had the right idea. You have the right read. At least be placed for that.
Knockout! Round 3. Ready, go!
I didn't put it too early, so nothing came out. I buffered too early. That was a really fun round.
Round 4. Ready, go! Knockout! Round
I like the
5.
way Tricky's playing controlled though.
Ready, go!
I like that one. Ah, that's it. Good game. No.
Knockout!
Almost. So I did hop towards her to try to mitigate the chance of ring out based on what she would do, but this option was great. That was such a fun battle, Tricky. I loved working on these different options. That was so much fun. So much fun. That was a blast. Always a fun fight, Tricky. Thank you so much. I had a feeling crouch backdash wasn't going to be the thing, so I did want to do hop back to see what would happen. That said, I could not do a response after I got that hit from the 3P, but it was really cool to experiment with, and I'll try to save that replay to try to see what I can do there. But yeah, that was so much fun. Tricky does, I believe Tricky still does coaching, but I think she's on hiatus because she's recovering from surgery. So Tricky is, I think she'll be ready to coach more again soon.
Ready, go!
But I can't speak for Tricky, she's in the room, so. I'm still inputting a little too early on some stuff. But it's not bad, that just means that like I have a strong idea of what I want, and that's been good, but I've just been too anxious to do it. I gotta slow myself down.
Round 2.
I gotta manage myself a little better, because I'm actually buffing today. It means that my mind's reasonably active though on certain stuff. Or it has like a strong idea of what it wants to do, which can be good or bad. You have to manage that. Oh, I like that one. I like that one. 'Cause if I get hit, it's gonna be mad.
Round 3. Ready, go!
Oh, that's so good. I like the way Diva's been playing. Like always. that I want, then I ended up mashing on the way.
Round 4. Ready, go!
I like this. I like the level of delay that's happening too, because of Vade becomes bad. I buffered too early again. And right now I'm like so concerned with that. That was a really good game, Diva. So I was so concerned with it that I ended up like tying my own hands after, but that was really fun. When I finally got what I wanted, I messed up. That's okay, that happens. But that was really fun. It's good stuff. I like so some of the stuff I like in the sequence, right? I like that because Akira is gonna do that crouch dash into double palm, that it creates a delay. So if you sidestep, you're gonna eat the double palm. So you just want to block and punish the double palm, honestly. But I like evade punishing Akira because it sets up a strong win condition. But that's really risky there. I have to like delay evade. I want to do that in that setup. So I kind of want to work on the delay evade. It's really cool against Akira if you can get it. But that does later give him control. But he wasn't threatening to just crouch dash and respond as much in that particular situation. He did it in a lot of other situations. So that was a really fun battle. I want to work on that stuff. Good game, Diva. Awesome battle. Good win, man. Alright. Sinadina, thank you very much. I'm always happy to coach too. I'm always happy to coach. That's like a guarantee for sure. So, whatever you want to donate, I'll definitely take because my family could use it. But I'll be very happy to coach, do workshops with me. Okay, so does Pi 6P really count as a two-handed attack? I didn't know that. I mean, it looks like it. I should check. That is cool if that really is it.
Round 1. Ready, go!
By the way, good to see you, Fish. It's been a while, if it's who I think it is. Ooh. Oh no. Oh no. They had all the ways to win here. That's okay. It's a good fight. That said, why is my game looking so stuttery? I mean, I can work with it, but I'm worried. I just hope it's not stuttering for others, but other people have told me when it stutters like this, it doesn't do it to them. So it's just gotta be my machine, and that's okay, I can work that out. But I feel like I'm playing with like sub-frame rate, and I don't mind that. Like, that doesn't bug me as much. Yes, it's something I gotta get used to. As long as it's not bugging the other opponent, I'm okay. Because this actually gives me, like, so here's the flip side. When you play with like the frames being a bit, like your frame rate being off or stuttery, it's almost like keyframe training. You start training your ability to interpret what's happening on keyframes, and then sometimes those turn out to be very beneficial in actual matches. I learned a lot of how to respond to Lei Fei because of that. When I fought against a Lei Fei player in Germany. This was before Revo came out, so this was not on rollback netcode, and it was a very, like, the connection was rough. The connection was fine, but it was at the limits of what it could do with that distance, And what it was the game played slower on what we were playing, and that was okay for me because it trained me to see the animations of Lei Fei's attacks at the key points and to start interpreting them, so I can go, oh, this is okay. I can do this, I can do that. This is what's coming in. You're under threat, And so sometimes I use anything as an excuse to train better. That's just me. I'm just like, oh, it's tough. Okay, we'll learn to deal with tough. You know, it's like it's not normal. That's okay. Things aren't always normal. They're pretty rarely normal. You know, especially if you go to tournaments. How many tournaments have you heard about how tough it was, especially in PC? Ever since the game was on PC, how many times have you seen it getting rough? I mean, of course we know it gets rough on PlayStation, but I've seen it. I've played in so many tournaments. I'll just tell you, PC way more. By the way, 20, so awesome to see you. It's been a while. I hope you've been doing good. 20 is a friend of mine from the Seattle area, and they are awesome. I am gonna play really vicious, but man, I really love that you're here with us, 20. Keep it up, and shout outs to the Seattle scene. They now have regular weekly tournaments at the salon. They're all very strong, and a lot of their players are now regularly playing VF every week, and including a lot of the strongest players. So it's been wonderful. Koran Raku has been teaching a lot of people a lot. You know, Dark Nova teaches people, and then they've always had strong players. So you've got like LD Wells, who's also like newer generation, but he's so strong, and he's communication's wonderful. He's very friendly. He's always humble, and he's always humble in a way where he tries to make it sound like it's like the rough way of being humble. But he is awesome. I love LD Wells, and I see him as a strong rival. Sorry, 20, I'm being very vicious. But 20, you know I love you, and you know I always love the fights, and I'm really happy to be playing VF with you, even if my Leon's being very vicious. But thank you so much, 20. 20 has always been very supportive, always been a good pal. They've been busy, but they've always been a good pal when they can be. So I really appreciate it. And then Maroon, you know, we're always happy to help. What I will say is there's a lot of ways to learn to be stronger in VF from different directions. It definitely helps to be helped by someone really, really strong. But it's not the only way. Having as much experience as you can allow yourself is the important. So what do I mean by that? Some people do run away from strong players. And they feel like they've got a stepping stone the way up. That slows your growth. Some people believe they got to avoid beginners. That slows your growth too. Some people believe, like, yes, optimal is that the optimal mix has a good amount of people at your level, but you can't always get that. I couldn't always get that. But you make with what you got. And a lot of whatever mix, and if it's a mix, it's a good thing. If it's not a mix, then that's actually the least best one. But it's better than nothing, right? It's better than nothing. And the VF community has definitely learned a lot of it's better than nothing, okay? So if you're wondering partly why we're chill as hell, we've learned to make use of better than nothing, and we've learned to make use of, we don't have it, but we do have a lot, and we make use of it. I actually forgot that I was cutting rare. Okay, you can't do it there. So right there, you can't attack in that sequence. This is going to be harder with frame rate, but that will win that situation. Very good. It's hard to see that. It's not hard to see it, but I gotta be ready to see this. I'm glad he uses that off. Damn it. I was hoping. I'm dead. Good game, Ray. So, that was a really good battle. And I gotta play that battle better, but that was so much fun. That was a lot of fun. Thank you so much, and also I'm cheering for you to win this season, but I'm gonna try to take it down. But it's not looking so good, and I think the season's too. I think I'm out of contention of picking the top spot. So I think missing the last 2 or 3 weeks because it's all family stuff. It was like, yeah, take parents to airport, take kids to this, musical here, play there, support the mother-daughter date. There was a lot of stuff going on. It was a lot of fun. It's good stuff with family. But I wish I could have made this a tighter season against Rare Entity this season. That's okay. We got next season, and next season we'll have Tricky. We'll have others in here. It's going to be a lot of fun. But I think Rare Entity is going to win this season. That said, there is other people in contention. I haven't seen the scoreboard, so I might be number 3 or 4 or 5 at this point. But it's just so much fun. So Shin Athena said, knowing how to learn is a hard skill. It is. It's a lifelong skill you keep building. Even when you think you got it, keep it up. Keep building it. And this game is a bit weird to learn because you kind of need people. There are ways to actually learn this game without people, to be honest. I'll be honest with you about that. There are ways to learn. Now, but the thing is it is a player versus player game. So you're definitely going to have some weird stuff happen. But we've had people that learn the game in isolation. I'm going to tell you the truth. Gentleman Thief, Killa Killa, Y2D, these 3 are the type that learn the game in isolation. These are the type who learn in the lab and learn by like reasoning a lot of stuff out and then reading all the Japanese forums. They actually learn a lot. Like, yes, they do play. They play a lot. But I'm saying, like, a lot of their learning, they're the types that are studying like hell. They have always been that way. And then they're really good at learning from after that. So, yeah.
Knockout. Round 2. Ready, go! Excellent.
To respond to Tricky when she says, "I knew you couldn't run there," there is an art to running towards someone in ring out situation.
Ready, go!
But it depends on the read and it depends on what you think they're gonna do. But there is something to that. But I definitely agree. That's like positioning is one of the most important things to learn at the high level. Like at intermediate, beginner, intermediate, early advanced, it's not as important. But it becomes like the differentiator. It becomes a really huge differentiator at a higher level. Is all the positioning considerations, adjusting to the ring position, and controlling decisions in that, using the space to control the decision space. Really, really important. It's really huge. That said, this game still allows a lot of creative use of it, which I love. I love it. If you have a strong idea of which option they're going to go for, there are some things you can do to really turn a situation on its head. And actually, both Eileen and Leon are good at it too. But do what Tricky's doing, especially now. Do the simple answer first. Do the consistent, strong, simple answer first. Crazy answers, that happens way later, and that happens on a deeper level. But I like to do crazy answers, so I'm gonna try it. But because that's fun for me, and I feel like I get stronger by doing that. But if you want to win and you want to dominate, do the simple answer first. Use Occam's razor a lot, and because your opponent is the one who has to do the work, not you. You want to make your opponent work harder than you. Tricky's making the opponent work harder than her, right? Rare Entity is also a player who makes the opponent work harder than them. It's really strong. It's always effective. GT, that's his philosophy. I want the opponent to work harder than me. So, but for me, Chancha is just crazy. I'm like the crazy one. He's just like, well, I like to do the crazy shit. So, and I want to try it. It's always good to have that person to play and talk with you. I agree, Shin. It's good. I do think that Kira looks awesome in Crossroads. I'm looking forward to that. Eileen's 9P is really good. It's slower than it looks, but it's a low crush. So a lot of times if you're losing to Eileen's 9P, it means you're doing low punch a little too much. That's what it means. when you lose to Eileen's 9P, a lot of times it really means you're doing the low attack a little much. Sometimes the adjustment doesn't mean take away low attack. It means, you know, mix it a little better, differently. Alright, Ray. So glad Ray's in here. I didn't realize Ray was in here. Ray's Aoi is really awesome. Yeah, actually, I don't know if there's any Sabaki that can handle two-handed attacks that fast. I think there is no two-handed attack Sabaki. There is a two-handed attack reversal, which Aoi is the only one who can reverse two-handed attacks. Like that, like the patience.
Round 3. Ready, go!
Yeah, so two-handed attacks are different because there's just like they can't really be crushed, especially mid. Two-handed mid attacks cannot be crushed. And only Aoi can reverse two-handed attacks, which is a big deal.
Knockout! Round 4. Ready, go!
I like that 3-3P. Wow, that was good. Okay, the slowdown didn't cause this, but I was wanting to attack here.
Round 5. Ready,
That's late.
go!
Oh, nice. No punch into that. I like that. I like dash into back throw. Good game, Ray. Good game. That was a lot of fun. All right, let me catch up on this chat. So Tricky says, damn, I love seeing how everyone is adjusting or responding to me standing at range and ducking. Yes, 100%, but it's good. It's really good, right? Yeah. And hard ducking is a lot of fun, so a lot of times it's like elbow into Nitaku, right? But Tricky's been actually guarding when she anticipates the elbow, so it's a lot of time it's still playing around with that guarding space. It's really good. But yeah, it's a lot of fun just watching the opponent reading. That's what makes me fun.
Round 1. Ready, go!
That was really nice, not blah blah blah. Yeah, Zek Frost says Konraku has been teaching him so much and he's very thankful. Yeah, Konraku is awesome. Really strong player, and I love that he's been teaching a lot more players in Seattle. So, it's been so awesome. Alright, so blah, I'm attacking that you hesitate. That's why I relentlessly attack, because I feel like you might be attacking. So it just means attacks like commit a little sooner sometimes. But yeah. That was good. That was an error, because the stagger, you can't throw somebody that's staggered. Alright, good game. Good game, blah. I definitely used the side turn to turn this around, but you fought really, really well. The only mistake you made was when you staggered me and then you tried to throw me. Because if I don't break the stagger, the throw won't work. You can't throw somebody that's staggered. You're playing better and better. Blah blah blah. You're improving a lot. You're improving a lot. Yes. 2G is super powerful in VF. It's so powerful. Very restrictive. But you have to have the skills to back it up and to make the risk reward work out for you. And you do, obviously, Tricky. But that's the caution to other people that tried to use that style, is they have to support it with a lot of other skills. They got to support it with being able to duck and punish. They would like to. They would like to support it with really well. You have to support it with good Nitaku and good reverse Nitaku skill. Like, you have to be confident in your ability to do the reverse Nitaku, because the vulnerability is getting elbowed into Nitaku, right? And then, but but it gives you the point to read when you put the pressure on yourself to get good at reverse Nitaku. I think it's really huge for North America to be able to do that. Not to be so defiantly reverse Nitaku, but that you need to understand the mix-ups goes two ways in VF. You can blow someone up. Now, is it risky? Yes. But if you avoid playing that your whole life, then someone just has to keep putting Nitaku on you. You got to eventually learn how to reverse that person. You gotta, because it's a two-way game. It's not a one-way game. Heat might be a one-way game. Nitaku is a two-way game.
Round one. Ready, go!
Oh my god, I did not want it. Kenny, I didn't even touch the button forever. That's okay. That's what it is. Alright. Always an intense battle, Matthew. Always good to fight you, Matthew.
Round two. Ready, go!
Okay.
Knockout. Round three. Ready, go!
Nice. Nice. That was a really good round. Good round, Matthew. I like a lot of the adjustments he made here.
Round four.
I like how active Matthew plays too.
Go!
Oh, such a good 1P. That was good. That was a really fun battle, Matthew. Really, really fun battle. Well, 2G has always been, that's why some people call it like fuzzy 2.0 or whatever, but I just call it 2G. Because it is, built in. It's so strong, yes. Let's see, 2 scoops is probably too aggressive. Well, I think Baba is working on their aggression. And I'm okay with Baba working on their aggression because I think in the past their passiveness was something they had to overcome. I think right now this their aggression is their way of overcoming their passiveness. And I think it's good. It's stepping stones. So yes, it's gonna be sloppy, but eventually you learn how to refine that aggression. I think it's a good. I think it's really good that Baba is working on being very active, which is the flip side, right? 2 scoops have face started as being super aggressive, and 2 scoops has been since then refining their aggression. Awesome stuff! Congratulations, Rare Entity, Tricky, and Rayblade. That is awesome. Really good league battle, everyone. That was a lot of fun. All right, let's go into Akai.
It's actual results here. Alright guys, let me go check this Discord here before we take care, and then we also put this on the Europe side. So I'm waiting for the results here so that before we end it, if anyone can send it through the Discord channel, that'd be great. Let's see. Yeah, can someone send a screenshot for me of the results so that I can keep this as memory? It looks like it was tricky.
Round 1. Ready, go!
So this where it's got the second results are. So now. Yeah, so someone sent us out to keep it. Thank you very much, guys. I appreciate it. So sneaky stage from 1 to 4.
Knockout!
Alright, so if you're very quick, guys, you can join the room now.
Round 2. Ready, go!
Because right now, one is second league. We're accepting people now for the second league. Thanks for playing, Tronny. See you guys in the Zero fish, side win. Alright, thank you, Dr. Hugpunch, for posting the screenshots to see if you got
Ready, go!
that's all I need, thank you very much. So Rare Entity is first, so it's increasing this first place league stains for season 2. I need this second, it's short 4 rounds, and Wait Boy is third. Right? Hopefully this second league, I don't have this bug with the season results and stuff. Very much have interesting to win, we'll go close round.
Knockout!
And let's see. Where and thanks for letting me know. Dr. Huckbuck, sorry, sent the screenshots. Post around the pool and join the room.
Knockout! Round 5. Ready, go! Knockout!
You'll never be a match for me.
This has been a really fun league battle, so I had a great time.
Awesome.
Let's see in the chat we've talked about a few different things, but among them talked about Zek Frost was talking about how Sarah's 2K plus G could be good against Aoi because if Aoi tries to do something like Tenchi, 2K plus G will just totally wreck that because it's low. And so having a low counter hit launcher is really strong against somebody trying to do mid or high sabakis and mid high parries. So yeah. Very good. Also, Sarah's Okizeme is really strong because it's the mid-low leads to good solid damage. So her mid-low mix-up on Okizeme is so good, and people should make use of it more. Like, make use of that fact. Like, what she can get on Okizeme is very frustrating.
Let's start the 5-match countdown. America's second special function radio chat.
Knockout!
Yeah, Sarah's got good reactive tools though. I mean, 2P plus K is still such a ridiculously good player.
Ready, go!
Yeah. You gotta smack her out of stuff, you do. But if you're late, you get counter hit launch, yes. Oh, good game, Ray. That was a lot of fun. So much fun. Let me also close more apps. See what's going on. Something. It feels like something is a resource hog on my system right now.
We'll start the
Better
fight match
run home
countdown
to
now
mama
for
now.
North America. So anyone who wants to join the room, you have 10 to 15 minutes to do so.
Round one.
Okay, yeah, so Ricky's saying, yeah, you need to smack Sarah out of stuff as part of the matchup, so if you don't, we run over you.
Ring out.
That's that thing for Blaze matchup, yeah.
Round two.
Really good. It's really good advice by Tricky. Yep. Leon does. Diva's Akira has definitely been giving me trouble. It's good. I really like it. I like Diva. I love the vibes in Diva's Twitch chat. Always really good vibes.
Round three. Ready, go!
Shoutouts to MF Diva. Please follow, like them, follow them on Twitch, follow them. I don't know if they're on YouTube, but I really do enjoy their Twitch a lot. They're good. They're newer to Virtua Fighter, but they've been playing awesome, and they just been a real great guy.
Round four. Ready, go!
Oh,
Standings here. So we're first place, second place. There's Akai. Side.
Knockout.
Stick of wait is one of the market winners for Las Vegas.
Try again in a few years.
Pools and the all the way to the top 24 pool brackets happening late morning, early afternoon on Friday. So anyone's going there to just be aware that the pools and stuff will be happening morning and early afternoon. The top 8 will happen
Round one.
7.
Ready, go!
actually,
American players going there, say Sarah, so I think it's too perfect. Say Sarah. Say Sarah, say big fan of yourself. Say that you guys do see him go, you will say hi.
Knockout.
You will see participate.
Round two. Ready, go!
Sorry, Chance, you say?
nothing. No, keep on going.
Okay. Also, if you're looking at the number of participants for this year in Las Vegas, it's a big drop. It's a big drop for almost all of
Knockout.
here. So it's actually just within the same range as other fighters. It's actually fighting
Round three.
40 to 50% drop.
Ready,
Just
go!
things. I had to give kudos to Wei the smooth central finishing community, as that version is pretty much the same amount of players participating faster into this. Do you think that has anything to do with recent changes?
There's a lot of. I think there's a lot of contributing factors that we can consider, right? So the elephant in the room is, there are a lot of people in the fighting game community. It's not me in particular, but a lot of people in the community who the sense of of Saudi Arabia having pretty much owning Evo has turned off a lot of people, frankly. So that's been a big discussion point on Twitter. As I usually am, I'm pretty neutral on that kind of thing. And people have taken it different ways about what they should do about it. So there are people that don't want to go to Evo for that reason. But I do think on top of that though, there is a big factor that I think this is a harder year for a lot of people for their personal finances. And I think Vegas has been seen, especially last year, but Vegas is typically seen now as an expensive place to go. It used to be seen as the affordable place to go to for vacation, with options for luxury. So you had lots of luxury and a lot of affordable options. You still have affordable options, but I think typically a lot of people under this narrative feel like it's a lot more work to make it affordable. So I think you have a combination of people's personal finances. You have a tourism problem where Vegas is now seen as super expensive. And last year, there were tons of news stories about how expensive it is to go to Vegas.
Some of my chats, also, thanks also for the so you also mentioned that there's no making flying more expensive. So that could also be that's outside of
that can definitely be a contributing factor, and I would say there are a lot of reasons for flying to be more expensive. So.
Oh yeah, that's true.
There's a lot of reasons. There are certain really huge reasons, but there are a lot of reasons that make flying more expensive, and also it is going to be a stressful travel season. The staffing is not at its best point. For years there's been controller tower problems, meaning there are less people entering the workforce to work in the control tower compared to the amount of people that have been leaving. And that has nothing to do with like what race you are. Okay, so I'm just gonna put that out. It has been a consistent problem that there's not enough people to fill that role. It's a role that takes years of dedication. You can't just make those numbers up out of thin air. And there is a problem where a lot of people who work in the control tower have been working crazy hours, are overstressed and overworked. That is a thing. And that is lead to a concern about flight travel has been very safe for a very long time, but that's a product of a lot of work, and regulation. And we're in an issue where they might not have enough of the people to satisfy the amount of travel that there is these days. So it's a real concern.
Round one.
Yeah, 3 more matches before we can join instead of time. If you do want to join, I will post to the countdown to start this kind of message and so it starts. Akai, let's welcome you listening today. If you can't being disconnected, try to dual as a spectator for 30 seconds. Then try again. Let's go for the duel. It's a 2026.
In my chat, they are talking about stuff like CEO. I wanted to clarify, CEO is no longer in Daytona. I think it's in Orlando now. So it has been since last year. So we want people to know that, because there were people that did avoid going to CEO because they had concerns with the people that were in Daytona and maybe the subculture there. But being in Orlando makes it a bit more open and diverse. and welcoming to the diverse audience that CEO would normally bring. On top of that, FC Racer says he wishes that Fight Kingdom was back. I would do hope Fight Kingdom comes back. Fight Kingdom was basically the Pacific Northwest version of a major, and it was so fun. It was, I mean, it's a lot about the love of the game and a lot about the love of fighting games. But Fight Kingdom last year was amazing, and every year kept getting better and better. But it's insanely hard work, and it's all majors are, all big tournaments are. So I hope there's a path forward for Fight Kingdom. This is the first year where we didn't have it.
Ready, go!
Metro Toby, sorry, I can't enjoy the dual room, but I have no other options. So, allied, virtual fighters are pointless of punishment. So, two more matches in North America.
Like that grace and power. You've got
Streaming
zip.
a new setup place to should be my application. And you're gonna do a lot of issues from the setup. So if the sound seems off, if the stream seems more shaky or not as good, let me know. So it knows for ways you just to mess around with the settings up.
Round one.
I'm also streaming
Ready,
now on
go!
Pure X, so we do this is true. So yeah, so kind of see if this is going to cause more
All right.
issues with Twitch or YouTube. Got a couple of great marks. It's just accident. You can see it. If there's still more great bars or
Ready, go! Round three. Ready, go!
When is the end of the season again? Sorry, I missed that. Yeah.
Knockout!
It is June.
So yeah, 3 months. So first season 1 of Christopher, then March, second April to June, July to September, and October to December. So there will be very much likely playoffs, which those who got league leader in season
never
0,
be a match for
season
me.
1, season 2, season 3 will get a guaranteed spot in the playoffs, and they will finish the top 100% and participate in some qualifiers to try to get into the final 8. I'm gonna try some different things to see.
Round
It will
one.
be different.
Ready,
Sorry.
go!
Hopefully, people try it out. Like it. Alright, so this is the last match before we begin the marathon. I'll see you next year.
Knockout! Round two. Ready, go!
Okay.
Recognizing weaknesses. So
Really?
recognizing this is fine. This is executions.
Oh, that's not good.
Round 3. Ready, go!
Are you using the... Are you just using like Brooks's wiring kit?
So
Okay.
those were the second piece of congratulations to the first again. Sandro's second daytime third.
Knockout!
Try...
One more lead to wrap you up.
Round 4. Ready, go!
Try testing each of those individual buttons too, right? The 3 buttons that you're using. Like 100 times each. Yeah.
And like two buttons at the same time, and only different combinations at different time. Because this doesn't seem to work. So
It's important. I would also
I'll mess about that later.
use your Akai powers and message Brooke. They do have X accounts that will probably reply to you.
Round 5. Ready, go!
I'll try to send you the different personalities on X that are more active and communicate with the fighting community about their products, and hopefully that person can get you to somebody.
Knockout!
You'll never be a match for me.
Looks like this switch has an automatic shutdown. Alright, and
All right, good luck, have fun, everyone.
look at fun.
See you soon. All right. By the way, I did, Jinathina, like I really feel for you that you had that that one of the worst experiences you can have. Someone threatening you with a shotgun, and also that it's someone that is like prejudiced. I did have an experience like that when I was a teenager. And it was like me, a friend who I was at 7-Eleven with a white friend and with a black friend. And this is out in Beaverton, Oregon. But anyways, we were at a 7-Eleven and there was like the stereotype of like, you know, white trash in an old beat up car. Threatening us, more specifically my black friend, by, you know, threatening that he had a gun. And he just pulled in front of us and just was like giving us the eye. And the worst part was that he had a kid in his car. He had like a 6-year-old in the back seat. And that made me really like, it was quite an experience. So, that was long ago when I experienced that, but it was pretty cool. But the shotgun is even worse because it's so like in your face. So I'm so sorry that you had to go through that shit. And I am grateful for a lot of the friends who have never had to experience that. But it's good for them to understand that this stuff really happens. You know, it's good for people to understand this stuff really happens and not to just dismiss it. Yeah, such as, I mean, we moved forward, and so if you know, we had to cope with our friends. All three of us had to process it in our own ways, and then we had to kind of work it out together. You know? Yeah, back on VF Crossroads, if Tricky's theory is correct that mysterious character, you know, that some might describe looks kind of like what used to be called a tomboy, but could be anything. That character is so intriguing. And I've seen so much positive response to that character. A lot of people going, I want to know more about that character. That character looks awesome. That character looks, you know, like I've seen a lot of positive reception to that character. I have a friend who plays Street Fighter, and she wants to know, like, she wants to play this character, you know? So, and Tricky thinks it's Eileen, and, you know, Michiru Yamada's like, you know, can't say anything about it, but I think it's awesome. And I think it's really cool that there's a character like that that's resonating, right? Just like I think it's awesome there's a character where you've got Shadosha, Emery Reigns, and then Dion Music all feel that this character looks like them. You know, and I think he does look like all three of them. To me, he looks a lot like Emery Reigns and a lot like Dion Music, but he does look a little bit like Shadosha. And I was like, I see a bit of Shadosha in there, you know, but you know, but it looks awesome. It looks awesome.
Ready, go!
I said, representation matters. You know? Very good.
Knockout! Round 2. Ready, go! Knockout! Round 3. Ready, go!
All right, good game, Zach Frost. Good game, Frost. I'm really happy you're in the Akai Leagues with us. Let's keep on fighting. I always love sparring with Frost. Frost and I had a good offline sparring session a few months ago, and it was just it's always a blast. And I really treasure that time hanging out with you, Frost. I also appreciate when we got to hang out at a Portland tournament, and yeah, I hope we get to have more time hanging out. I really love fighting VF with you a lot. And again, I'm also really happy to hear that Kun Rock has just been an awesome teacher for you and others in Seattle. But you're playing really strong, so keep it up. Always enjoy the fights. Hey Diesel, good to see you. Yeah, and Tricky also acknowledged that she has treated folks who have been hate crime, and it's really hard. It's something. It's, you know, I mean, yeah. So I can't pretend to represent other people that have gone through it. I just know that myself and my 2 other friends, it was an interesting experience. But yeah. I hear you, Shin Athena, on that. But I do appreciate anyone who tries to understand. So, you know, tries to understand with sincerity, open-mindedness, open heart, and trying to be with critical thinking. It's good too. Not critical, but critical thinking. Right? But we definitely have dealt with people who don't want to acknowledge it sometimes. That person looks very non-binary. So I think most people assume this is a non-binary person, that mysterious, intriguing character, and a lot of people like that character. So awesome. He's really good. Very good.
Knockout.
Really good round away.
Round 2. Ready, go!
Yep. I deserved that because I didn't go for the kill. That was really good. Good round.
Round 3. Ready, go!
Like this, I really like Ray's like choice of delay because it's trying to punish him for wanting to evade.
Knockout.
Big game. And he's also, again, I have like this tendency to guard low when I wake up. It's been beaten into me since VF3 days, and it's really hard to like control it. So if I'm not fully conscious control of my game, that's gonna happen like almost always. And it is something to work on. It is one of those things where it's always hard to work on. It's a weird one. It's almost like a trauma. But there are a lot of times when I'm in control of it, but there's gonna be modes when I'm not, where like I'm not controlling it. But we'll get there. It's not even hard to control. You just have to recognize it, and then just go like, yeah, this is what I'm doing. The hard part is what's happening is your brain goes, okay, yeah, I'm in control, but I still think a low's coming. And you're like, no, they know that you are afraid of that low or that you're covering that low. You're gonna do a mid, and then but they're going to find the timing to go back to that low. That's gonna reset this trauma, reset this bias of yours. So something to work with, something I gotta work with a lot. I was getting beat up good on it last night. Actually.
Round 1. Ready, go! Knockout. Round 2.
It does look like it's definitely in the newcomers list, so that's kind of why look, Tricky's theory is not the popular theory, but I gotta acknowledge that is Tricky's theory. The good thing is Tricky gets to own that theory.
Knockout. Round 3. Ready, go! Knockout.
Oh, that was a good fight, Diva. What a scrap. Thank you so much.
What a knucklehead.
To respond to Shin Athena says, like Sega, the only company who actually knows how to design a black man. It's like, what are you talking about? Don't we want a Killmonger haircut? No, I'm sorry, I just had to bring that one up. I'm glad that's not there so far, but we'll see. You know. It's like, you know, the Killmonger cut, right? Sorry. It's like the it's like the black fascio, you know, or fasci, the fasci. I'm glad we didn't see that actually, but I'm not completely against it. I'm just kind of like, oh, okay. But I do think it was funny when that was like the haircut for every black man in a lot of fighting in a lot of games for a certain set of years. Oh yeah. Yeah, we have moved on from the Killmonger fade. Yeah, it's called the Killmonger fade. Yes. We have.
It's showtime.
Hey Noodle, so good to see you.
I assume you're ready.
Round
You are figuring me out a lot.
Ready, go! Knockout!
It won't be too late before you keep up. You're already keeping up with me pretty good.
Excellent! Round 3. Ready, go!
I like that fit. That thing totally got me. That's good.
Knockout!
DP will still get me on that.
Round 4.
Alright, here we go, 2 skips. This is a lot of fun.
Go!
Yeah, that will be. I'm not getting my crouch backlash there.
Knockout!
Great game, 2 scoops. Good game. Alright, that was a lot of fun. Good game.
I've got grace.
That was an
and power.
awesome battle.
You can't
Good game, my
sit.
friend. Keep it up. Yeah, Rare does play more like a Japanese plays. I think he studies it very well. It's mainly that Rare plays with a lot of Yomi, and I love that. I really like that Rare entity plays with a lot of Yomi. But yes, he can play without Yomi, but well, he's always playing with Yomi. It's just that like he prefers to act on his reads as opposed to just being active. And then he'll be active, but it's really good. I really like Rare entities. Chad the Third says, I have the one true theory. When in doubt, hop kick 80% of the time it works. 80% is a bit much. And when in doubt is kind of not the real trigger, but yeah, but hop kick is a real fun one. Hop kick is fun when people like to low attack too much. So yeah. Awesome, Nova's in here? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hey Nova, good to see you, man. Sorry, I'm so behind the chat, but thank you all so much. I'm having a blast with all this.
It's showtime! Round 1. Ready, go! Knockout! Round 2. Ready, go! Knockout!
Very nice. I like that turnaround to the kick.
Round 3. Ready, go! Round 4. Ready, go!
Yeah. Yeah, he mixes them both with a slight preference for read.
Ring out!
Ooh. Good fight, Dr. Fox.
What a knucklehead!
here we go, tricky. Always fun.
Round one. Ready, go! Knockout! Round two. Ready, go! Knockout! Round three. Ready, go! Knockout!
Good, decent levels.
Round four. Ready, go!
I like the 3-3-3. I wish I got the bait there.
Knockout!
Good game, Tricky. Good game. That was a lot of fun. So I can hit you out of that flip kick into mid. Which one? Okay, I'll work on that. I see. So they nerfed that cancel point.
Round one. Ready, go! Knockout!
I see. I tried to break the stagger, but yeah, okay. I'll work on that.
Ready, go! Knockout! Round three. Ready, go! Ring out! What a knucklehead!
Okay, I think I know which motion.
Round one. Ready, go!
That move is not an attack.
Knockout! Round 3.
That's
Ready, go!
oh no.
Knockout. Round 4. Ready, go! Knockout. Round 5. Ready, go!
That's annoying. That was good though. Good.
Knockout.
Good game. That was a lot of fun. I like this low guard. I like this low guard. Good game. I saw the backdash. Low guard and wait.
Weapon.
Good game. Good game, Randy. That was a lot of fun.
Round 1. Ready, go!
It is always fighting this close to the ring is always really risky against her. You honestly should always bring it back to the middle.
Round 2. Ready, go!
Very good. I like the low block into from crouch 3 people scare. I like that very, very much. That was so cool.
Ready, go! Ring out! Round 4. Ready, go! Knockout!
That was an intense battle. Thank you for the battle, Karchai's, but thank you for that battle.
I want a serious fight!
Oh, low profiles. Low profiles are always a thing. Hellblaze is tough because he will do a lot of, he's got powerful set play stuff, but he has stuff that he has to manage himself, so I actually do think playing as Hellblaze is hard work, but when you get it though, he's pretty scary. Something that's really scary about Hellblaze's design is that, like in the mid long range, he's got really powerful damaging attacks. that like because of that spacing sets up for these things being able to win like on trades. So he actually has a really interesting range game, but it's read based, but it's very scary because if you attack into it, you're probably gonna lose. And so you always have to watch out for his set play. But he also has reasons to just start rushing you and force guess. So it's a lot of set play plus a lot of guess. But the set play is the type where it disrupts a lot of stuff. Sometimes 2P is all you can do, but sometimes you can't. You don't want to do the 2P because he has ways to destroy that. Right, so it's an interesting thing. But when you do learn where to attack it, it's good. Thanks for the battle, my friend.
Not just with people who have really good connections, similar level out. Just try to friend and contact them, set just outside of these sessions. Can't I said I was I just said this is checks, just quick checks. Your entity is at a second first place finish today.
It's a very fun morning in June, so yeah, it's been good times. How's the weather over there?
St. Louis?
Yeah.
It was really hot these last several days, but it was nice and warm today, so it's a lot cooler. Let's see, I think that was the last round. Guaranteed, guaranteed push for this one. So let's see it. Casualty, second. Zero. See
Yep. Congratulations for Entity and Tricky. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry. Tricky, I think gets second, and Foss gets third. That's for playing. Your screenshot here.
Congratulations, Foss.
Alright, so those who want to join the North America group, you can do so now. So watch out for you can try joining the room now. If you have trouble, you can set to join as a spectator. Passcode's 2026 to see if that will help you get into the room. Passcode for North America group is 0613 today's date, June the 13th.
Round one. Ready?
One nice thing about that at this stream set now is really spacious, so it doesn't get it's hot. First place.
Round 2. Ready, go!
Thanks for letting me know, Joy. Yeah, it's severe to next something else.
Ring out!
Instead of the yeah. Unfortunately.
Round 3. Ready, go!
It's going through its last excuse me. Europe is going through its last league right now. We have something close for the last league for North America.
Round 4. Ready,
That last match,
go!
who you playing against Rare Entity? Is it sometimes if you're playing the entire content, sometimes it's going to happen.
Knockout!
Because someone else is saying you might not want to join these leagues. There's a dual room and some people has asked if I want to participate in something. So if there's beginners who want to play from North America, the dual room that you could join as was 2026 when we go fish get this North America league posted everywhere first. Let's see.
Round 1. Ready,
I think
go!
so far from what I've seen posted everywhere around, the main thing for our community right now is beginner players try to find matches. That seems to be most of the things I'm hearing a lot. So,
Knockout! Round 2. Ready, go!
Yeah. Hold on. Hey guys, I'll be right back.
Excellent! Round 3. Ready, go!
one thing, we got 3 people, so let me try to see if they get in. Let me post that. Alright, after this match, Tricky and Raybray will start the 5-match countdown. Where's my Discord? So, first.
Knockout!
Oh, I have these hard names we need to look at.
Better run home to Mama now.
Round 1. Ready, go! Knockout! Round 2. Ready, go! Knockout! Round 3. Ready, go!
Try again in a few years.
American Legion players that begin is G6. Just a play the great against
Round one. Ready, go!
Actually, yeah, if you're kind of beginner level player, there's a lot of things. Riders and two players Q wins playing. I use like as a spectator, if joins a spectator, we can get into the actual open league room. So yeah, so if you feel like a lot of people join a spectator, that's because they're just trying to use it to get messages. So 5-match countdown start for North America, Europe before this league.
Go! Excellent! Round three. Ready, go!
Sorry, Rushdown Turtle, you're trying to get into the room. I know the struggle.
Yeah, I see that he's joining as the durable, but he couldn't get into the actual room itself. So I really wish I could contact Sega and see if they could try to just let us know is the Spectre actually a way to solve the issue, or is it just us being superstitious? So I could just stop doing it if it's just superstitious thing.
Oh.
Knockout!
Hey, one thing I've learned from my Asian lineage is it's okay to be superstitious. To a degree. But try to make good decisions, you know, around it. Sometimes it's just a good coping mechanism.
Round one. Ready, go!
Definitely, please do make your make use of that. If you're able to contact Sega, let them know. It is important for them to be reminded that these rooms are a challenge, and yet they are. It means a lot to player retention and sustaining a player base.
Knockout!
I just need to interrupt you here for a second, since results have come from the last week. Congratulations to Pingo for getting first, third time,
Round two.
and tied for second is Sandro and Keita. Thanks again for you guys for playing. Apologies for all those who did have issues. The issues are not perfect, but it's still a good way to try. I also do introduce the boost that charge soon. Chance to do. Alright, if you want to continue playing games, please do so. I'm going to now. We're at how many matches do we have? Matches. Let's check the chat. Matches again. Okay, a lot of people got disconnected from the game.
Round three.
Let's see.
Ready, go!
I saw a match. Sorry, I think I just saw wait until you posted earlier to see if we can get back into it or not. Oh, Glaring, if you're listening to this, Rare Entities appreciate that you stop playing in the match once you notice that his controller broke down.
Knockout. Round 4. Ready, go!
Alright, so yeah, there's still people playing the European space. So here. Got 4 beginners, so James and Duns, I think that's it. So those who want to, it's not actually streamed, it's
Knockout.
Alright, thanks for letting me know where Entities thinks it's good to play. 3 more matches before in the last week for North America. But yeah, I was trying to get back to the station this time. Seems like it should left
Round 1.
sometimes
Ready, go!
So I might have reached my limit on how much I can see, it's already done. So there's free play right now in the Europe room. Since that is completed.
Round 2. Ready, go!
Inside, we got Kilo Green triple hat trick. Got Sandro, his kick out, time for seconds.
Knockout. Round 3. Ready, go! Knockout. Round 4. Ready, go!
Sorry for being so quiet. I just spent the last few minutes getting some kind of food into my system because I haven't eaten all day, and trying to get that energy up. But also appreciate that my daughter wanted to take me out for a walk at the park, so I'm really happy about that. Very lucky. So,
Knockout. Round 5.
in my chat, we are talking a little bit LA Gathering. Want to remind everyone, LA Gathering is definitely my favorite event for Virtua Fighter in North America. But of course, all the majors are super recommended, unless you have reasons that you cannot or should not go. But LA Gathering will be happening October 23rd, 24th. You can also come in, I think, 22nd as well. We will have the, basically, games will be happening 22nd, 23rd, and 24th in Los Angeles at Manhattan Beach. It's a wonderful space. It's a wonderful location. And some players have already booked suites so that we can have some really awesome battles late night, even if the ballroom closes. It's going to be an amazing event. It was absolutely wonderful last year. Excited to tell you guys all more about it. Tell you more about things like special guests and like the type of competition we'll have there. Information's coming soon.
but and official registrations coming soon. But some people have already booked their hotels, and it's going to be great. Um, anyways, yeah, I'm excited for that. I also want to give a shout out to the Ohio Gathering, the OG. That will be happening August, I think middle of August. And the OG is going to be a really awesome event. It is inspired by LA Gathering. It is meant to be like a VF Gathering. And this year it's in August, but in the future, their intention is to be like 6 months apart from LA Gathering because they really want like the Midwest to have its gathering, you know, like, and then 6 months later we have LA Gathering. So you got the West Coast and the Midwest covered for events, so that, but we also encourage everyone to go to both. We think it's going to be amazing. We know the Midwest is very, you know, is the East Coast is the more like densely populated part of the United States, but I think it's going to be really special that both these events be seen as national events that people should put on their calendars. It's going to be a fun time. It's all about VF, and there's a vision there, and there's also a real feeling of community, and you will form some of the most unlikely friendships there because people will get to see each other in person and understand each other better. Offline VF is the best VF, but I do want all the online and offline VF. But it is true, offline VF is the best VF, and offline community tends to be a very special thing that you don't really want to miss. Yeah. So, Two Scoops asking, where is All Gathering? It's at the Ayers, Ayres Hotel in Manhattan Beach. This is not far from LAX. It does cost a little bit to get there, but I usually coordinate to help people find carpools to LAX, to between LAX and the hotel. And there's lots of food options. There's literally a Costco across the street from this hotel. And so whatever your budget is, it can work as long as you can afford the hotel or split with people for the hotel. Once you're there, there is so much for your budget range when it comes to food. There's so many different ranges of quality of food, and they're really good. There's lots of good food in that area. So it's in a wonderful spot. It's very comfortable, and the hotel is really, really nice. A lot of people are really surprised when they go to this hotel. So yeah. The OG, I don't know where it's at. Go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, but this is the last match before we begin. We're still trying to get in, so I'm wait just a little bit for this. I'll get to 7.
So, regarding the OG, reach out to Sente. Since Sente is is the biggest organizer in the Ohio scene. The Ohio scene is very much an offline scene, so we don't see as much of their presence online. We see them in certain pockets that might not even be the most popular places, but they're there. But it is a big scene, and so reach out to Sente. He'll give you all the info. He is the man running the OG, but and he's really flexing his community organizing skills in Ohio, both building the scene in 3 different cities plus. Also now doing Monday leagues online, and also now running the OG. He's been an amazing member of the community. I have a blast chatting with him. I have a blast sharing war stories with him. But also he is also a great teacher in his community and a great teacher online too. So he's another he's kind of the new generation of like a hybrid of stuff I've done in the past, stuff Ray's done, stuff Akai's done. Sente is kind of an all-in-one package on that, and he's really, really nice and very smart. Please reach out to Sente, and he will tell you more about the OG.
Sente does also do sessions on knockouts, so I see what he does too. Streaming. He actually like these sessions too. He does it on Mondays. Chancha does it his dojo stuff.
Yeah, so yeah, it seems Rayblade says that the OG will be held in Columbus, Ohio. Columbus is a nice city, as Zach Frost has noted. And also, I think it's the capital of Ohio. So. Lots of good German food, awesome. That sounds good, I love German food. My wife does too.
Maybe I should bring her.
Gouts.
Oh no. Okay, yeah. Once they finish, it'll start the league. Once once Tricky and Nova finish their battle, it'll just automatically start.
I need to take care of something right now, so I'll be right back after a bit, okay?
Alright, thank you so much, Akai. I'm gonna say it early, good luck, have fun everybody. As soon as Tricky and Nova finish their battle, the reason we can't watch it, it does cut off the replay view. But once they finish their battle, the league will begin. So good luck, have fun. I'm gonna jump off of Akai's chat right now, and I'll chat with my own chat. But that said, it's gonna be a lot of fun. We've got Dark Nova, we got Tricky, we've got a lot of great people in this league battle. I'm looking forward to it. It's August 1st. Okay, yeah. August and October 1st. Yeah, so August 1st, that's like my parents' anniversary. So, yeah. But that said, I can always shift when I celebrate with my parents because my mom's birthday's right after that, and my brother-in-law's birthday's right after that. It's like August, I have a lot of birthdays in August. In my life. Tricky is saying effing Sarah. Sarah is really good. She's got like the safest like moral game. Like Sarah's moral game is like a headache. Her Okizeme is a headache too. She's so good, and then she can work around that to do lots of cool stuff. Yes, stay so you can fight more Sarah. Tricky, stay through. Play all 3 of the league battles. We love having you here. I love having you here. I always love our battles. And yeah. Alright, here we go. We got Go bringing on the swag here.
Ready, go!
Oh, we can do that. Haha, because I moved away. So because I used 1 PP, it disrupted his sequencing.
Ready, go!
I like that big throw. I like that choice too.
Knockout! Round 3. Ready, go! Ring out!
Good game, my friend. Good game. I'm sorry, Rushdown Turtle.
What a knucklehead!
I'm sorry, Retro Toby. I really wish both of you were able to be in this room. Rushdown Turtle says, I really think it's some kind of incompatible NAT situation. It may be just one player in the room that you're NAT. To be honest, that lines up with my experience, right? It's kind of like these two will have trouble connecting. Sometimes it happens, but a lot of times this will be the hard part. But I don't want to exclude anyone. I personally don't like to exclude people, so it's really hard. So I really hope they can figure it out because these are ties that could be binding so much better, and yet they're so strained because of these challenges. Yeah, and then plus it only tries to make these connections for a few seconds, is what Rushdown Turtle speculates. So Rushdown Turtle gives a good example. Imagine if the game is trying to connect to 10 players at once, but only has 4 seconds to make a solid connection with all of them. It feels that way. Definitely feels that way. Like that's how my experience feels like that.
Ready,
My I can swing. Very nice.
Knockout. Round 2. Ready, go. Knockout.
Hypercube. Okay, so yo, another VS stream. Yes. So,
Ready,
hey, thank you so much, Hypercube. We're glad to have you here too. I'm really glad that yes, we love the trailer, and I'm really happy to hear how much that trailer spoke out to you as well. So welcome back to BF, and good to have you here.
knockout.
Really glad you're getting into VF5 Revo. I've been hearing a lot of people getting into Virtua Fighter 5 Revo World Stage after that trailer. I'm really happy to see it. It's very true though. Getting used to this game is going to help you when you play Crossroads. Like, it definitely will. Just looking on the flow, just knowing the kinds of questions you're going to be asking as you get better and better with Crossroads. But also, this game is freaking awesome. So, really happy that you're playing VF5 Revo World Stage. Yeah, so Hypercube says, that single player story mode looks so sick, I need to understand the mechanic. Oh yes. And yes, you do need to understand the mechanics. Also, just kind of the design philosophy of the game. You know, you might not have to know the philosophy itself, but you want to feel it so you know what the game really is encouraging you to do and what decisions you're making in your fights. So yeah, 100%. Hey Theo, so good to see you. Also, another person who's been doing an amazing job of reminding people about LA Gathering and also how to be a good community member at events. DC Theo is awesome. I also like a lot of his content, so please support him. But also, I'm excited to see you at LA Gathering and also maybe the Ohio Gathering in the future as well. And then at LA Gathering, more news will be coming soon, and registration will be open soon. That said, official registration. Also, I will just kind of say, you know, there's some cool stuff we'll announce later, but I really hope you guys are able to support all the things we're trying to do at LA Gathering. There is a lot of stuff that will need the community support, but if the community is able to support, it will be really amazing about LA Gathering. I'll tell you more about it later, but I'm just telling you, we need your help. We need everyone's help. And we're going to definitely need DC Theo's help, especially. So I can't wait to tell him more about it, but we need his help. We also need the Las Vegas crew's help, and they're doing so good already. So thank you guys so much. We're not trying to take everything, we're trying to give, but we're trying to help the community give to each other more and build something better.
Round 4. Ready,
Thank you very much. I love this shirt. It is made by Rushdown Turtle. You're going to see a lot of awesome stuff at LA Gathering. Products of work by Rushdown Turtle as well. So, looking forward to showing you all that too. And other awesome artists. But yeah, but especially Rushdown Turtle. So, DC Theo can't do Ohio Gathering. Not this year. Next year. Okay. My dad actually lives only... Okay, that is awesome.
what a knucklehead.
Hearts out to your wife, wishing her a good surgery. Wishing her the best, speedy recovery, best of outcomes, and, you know, everything going smooth. Alright, awesome. We're really excited for it. You know, so DC, it's gonna be good. And I will reach out, and I'll reach out on a number of things related to LA Gathering. So you already know. I know that you've had to wait a bit, but I know that you know that grind too. You know that sometimes it's going to take time before we start getting the things done, but we're going to get things done.
Go.
Alright, we didn't even finish. like the 3 people skill.
Knockout.
Very good. Just be patient. Watch. Leon needs the opponent to do stuff to get a lot.
Ready.
If you're patient, it's really good. I like the K. This opening round K is a really big one. Oh, I almost crushed this. Yes, good meaty.
Excellent.
Good punish on sidestep. This is not happening today probably, but let's try.
Go.
Good. I like the 2P plus K. Again, super underrated move. Sarah has a normal hit checkable launcher.
Knockout. Round 4. Ready. Go.
Alright, I got greedy, but it didn't work. But good game. Good game, Nova. I had so much fun.
Better run home to
A
Mama
lot of
now.
fun. Always good games, my friend. I'm glad you didn't get disconnected. Yeah, you forgot how League works. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, but now you're in. Now you got it. No problem. I'm really glad you're in this League battle, my friend. Keep it up. Hope you can win this one. Alright, Tricky finally used her new mix-ups on 2 scoops on the wall. Awesome. Very awesome. I thought Ohio Gathering is this year in August and next year it'll be in like March. I'm pretty sure this year it's in August and next year it'll be in March. And then 2 Scoops reply, good games. Yeah, I really need to stop 2King when I could 2K. That stagger's on the wall. Alright, awesome. I like the low throw punish.
Knockout. Round 2. Ready. Go.
Yes, throw there is good. I like that move too.
Knockout.
That was really good. Intense, good intense round.
Round 3. Ready. Go. Knockout. Round 4. Ready. Go.
I like that 9P. I like that 9P. It's a good low crush.
Round 5. Ready. Go.
I thought I evaded the wrong way.
Knockout.
Good game, Brian. Good game. I it's been a lot of fun, but good game, good game.
You're no match for me.
That was awesome. It's really good. Right now, I'm not sustaining past about 4 or 5 positions, but it's a lot of fun. A lot of fun. Really good. This is also a good morning for training, so it's a really good morning for training. When you have days like this, these are the days where you have to really work on a lot of things, and there's stuff that you don't always get to work on. One of the big weaknesses for a lot of people is they only want to train when they're fighting really well, like when they're fighting their best, and you're like, you're not always your best. This is like a day at work, and this is like good. This is like always really good when you have, because you gotta, whatever day it is, you have to perform when it's at work. You know? So you gotta perform no matter what. Okay?
Ready, go!
Doctor just because it's a hit.
Knockout! Round 3. Ready, go!
Yeah, this is one of those days where I'm not believing enough. So let's try this.
Knockout! Round 4. Ready, go!
I like this. I like this one a lot. I haven't seen this in a long time. Oh crap. That's what the situation's like after that. That was so good. Good round, good round. Good round, good round. So right now, I don't have the endurance. Like, I'm wanting everything to be a win. A little too much. Alright, let's just build our endurance here.
Ring out!
Sarah is really, dude. Sarah is a frustrating matchup for an Eileen and for a Leon. She really is. She gets to do a lot of stuff. There's a lot of dynamics to it. The core of it is how safe she can fight while managing all this stuff, right? She can hit confirm like a lot of stuff. She can do it's hard to explain, but it's something that like characters that like to crush can definitely get frustrated fighting against Sarah. And I know that, but you know, we've always had to listen to Sarah players complain about all kinds of stuff, but it's like the thing is that she gets to be like safe like nobody else, you know? But it's not just that, it's just that that's a core part of it. It's a deeper thing, but I like Sarah. It's just more like, but she will call you out on your gambles too, right? She's like, you're gambling, I'm Sarah, I'm safe. You know? But like if you're a crush character, you know, you're like, this is like, there's stuff that you kind of wish, you know, but the thing is we wish we had hit confirmable stuff the way Sarah has, you know? It is hard to explain it though, because like, you know, if Sarah fights against some other character, she might feel a little differently, right? But it's when she fights our characters that like to flow and like have a lot of option space in your face, Sarah is actually able to cut it down actually, a surprising amount. It's kind of like when you have to acknowledge that Aoi is actually good at boxing, right? And a lot of people don't realize it, and a lot of Aoi players try not to box. Good Aoi players know that she's good at boxing. you know, like, you know, but they want to do all the stuff that's not the boxing. That's the problem. Oh, I thought I got it. There you go. You're like, how much you get a forward throw? I'm gonna do it a lot because I don't worry about it when. Yeah, good game.
What a knucklehead!
Yeah, and Sarah has interrupt options too, like what Nova's saying. Sarah's 4-4P is so good, right? She's got a 10 frame high. It's a 10 frame high, and yes, she's back turn, but her back turn is not that bad of a situation, right? So it's like bam, right? But Aoi also has the most evil like back turn 2P. It's like this is a low. It's like I'm gonna turn around and chop. It's a low, you know? So, yeah. Yeah, and Sarah's 4-4P is a half circular, so she's gonna call you out on a lot. Like she controls a lot of situations just with that move, but she has to be willing to use it. But yeah, it doesn't make her broken. They're just good tools, but it makes it frustrating for certain characters to deal with, right? It's like you like playing frame tight, and you're standing, you know. But us, you know, Eileen and Leon have an 11 frame jab, and Sarah hates that 11 frame jab because her Flamingo game gets really warped by the 11 frame jab. So, you know. There definitely is a strong feeling that you have to use the jab against Sarah a bit, or at least you have to make it a presence. Even if you don't use it, it's got to be like present in the Sarah player's mind so that you can like, you know, because that influences options. So yeah, but that jab, but if they forget about the jab, they get really mad, you know. So, but if we forget about Sarah's 4-4P, we get mad too. So. Yeah, Kage. So, you know, the four characters that have an 11 frame jab: Pi, Kage, Leon, and Eileen, right? Those four. That said, Pi's 3P plus K, I don't want to overrate the move because it's not a move you want to overrate. But Pi's 3P plus K, its presence in the meta is powerful because she can stop frame type play like that. So you got to play with like extra cushions in your frames because you gotta understand she's got this really powerful 12 frame attack that's two-handed, and so that like the presence of that move in the battle can be frustrating. But I like punishing that move. That move you punish by whiff punishing it, you know, whether it's evade or backdash. But yeah, or block and mix up, but you know that's not a punish. That is using your advantage though. Yeah, the 11 frame jab can drive Sarah crazy because she plays a strong moral game, and I think that is by design. Sarah plays a very strong moral game. Sarah, the reason I recommend Sarah for a lot of reasons to beginners. Now, the caution to beginners about using Sarah is over relying on Flamingo, and it makes sense, but you want to get good at everything else besides the Flamingo. Also, you need to, otherwise you won't get stronger as a Sarah player. If you only count on Flamingo, there's a lot of problems with that. You make a lot of mistakes, like you put yourself in a compromised position when they're waking up. You shouldn't. Sarah can just really, she doesn't need to do that. But Flamingo is a powerful part of the Okizeme. Really powerful, but you got to get them into a certain space. It's incomplete by itself. She has so many tools to be amazing at Okizeme without the Flamingo tool. And then the Flamingo is really good again, but you want to get good at everything else. You want to get good at boxing. You want to get good at high jab, low jab, elbow. Look, outside of Akira's dashing elbow being considered elbow, outside of that move, Sarah has the best elbow in the game, in my opinion. And GT typically will say he thinks Sarah has the best elbow in the game. You know, again, we're not counting Akira's dashing elbow. Like Sarah's elbow is like amazing. Not just from its extension, not just from its strings, but by itself as a normal elbow and all the options she has in the space of the frames that are created with that elbow. Sarah's really like, it's just that with Sarah you do have to be a patient player. That's also what makes her good for the beginner. If the beginner can move past just being Flamingo Sarah, if they can move past trying to make her Huarong, Sarah is a character that will sharpen your fundamentals. She'll make you use the frames. Leon is kind of defying the frames, okay? It's better to learn certain dynamics of him and how to avoid the frame game, actually, to a degree, to some degree. And try to get the opponent to attack is really more the path with Leon. Sarah is like, she gets to just play moral VF and really, when people make mistakes, she can punish it. And then later she starts learning how to disrupt their, then of course she's going to learn the matchup. And she has a lot of cool tools for the matchups. She does. It's not as flashy as some others, but they're there. And she's a good character. But I recommend her to beginners because she has the easiest Okizeme. It doesn't mean the best, but it's really good. But it means that she has the most accessible Okizeme. You're going to learn how, why to do things when people are waking up. If you play Sarah, you'll learn, if you can push yourself to be assertive in Okizeme and explore all the options, you will learn. She's giving you all the ways, countless situations to practice your Okizeme and get better at it through her. Because her Okizeme has very easy options. Why is it easy? Because when she knocks the opponent down, she can act sooner than most characters can. She doesn't have to wait. She doesn't have to think about, oh, this is the like Wolf has amazing Okizeme, but it's like it depends on how they were knocked down, which options he should go for. Sarah is just like, I just knocked them down. I do whatever Oki I want. It's really, really like she can do almost all of her Oki on almost any knockdown. That's something Sarah has. Not many characters have that. Most characters have to go, if I knock down this way, this is good Oki. If I knock down that way, then I can start doing that too. Right? Sarah, it's like, oh, they're knocked down, I just do Oki. And it feels much easier. So it's easier to appreciate Okizeme if you play as Sarah. And if you push yourself to use it. Yeah. But she is, and her boxing, super amazing. Tricky might have been talking about the Aoi part too. But when I said that, Aoi is actually a really good boxer, but Sarah is also like boxing incarnate. So yeah. I definitely think that Sarah's easier than Pai. Pai is good at disrupting. So will you win combat a lot with Pai? You will win combat a lot with Pai. And eventually you'll learn how to do the damage and stuff and sustain, but Pai is like a lot of sustained damage. Like we're in this fight, and I'm chipping away at you like death by 1,000 cuts. Like that. But I do think that Sarah is like, I think is much more accessible, and you learn the general flow of VF a bit more. Like Pai, you disrupt a lot. You might not know why you win so much with Pai actually. For a beginner, they might not actually understand why their Pai is winning a lot, and they might not know fully what to do with it for a while until they figure it out. So, but Pai is a great character also for beginners, but I think like Sarah is the one who really make VF a little more clear to you. Like a lot of the typical flows of VF, Sarah can do those, right? And they'll feel normal. Pai, you might actually, just like Akira might not appreciate how much he forces the game, how much he compresses combat. Pai might not appreciate how much he disrupts combat. Aside from the fact that she knows she's doing it. Still need to 4K punish elbow kick. People, it's just kind of like, I don't see it for a while, and I was like, yeah, I'm worried about some other thing. It's just that my mental stack is just worried more about other stuff besides the elbow kick. But I will definitely start destroying people if I full fork punish elbow kick. Yeah. Oh, so the throw attempt, was it throw attempt? I did do a kick guard cancel. I know that one time I did the kick guard cancel, but that's too bad 6PK didn't punish the throw attempt. That's true. That's true. Oh, Tricky and I haven't fought yet. Tricky will win this one. I mean, I'm gonna fight as hard as I can, but today, this is one of those days at work where I've got to where I have to train myself. I'm in training mode because I know I'm managing a lot of elements internally right now. You know, not out of stress, just actually out of grogginess in the morning. My machine earlier, but I already turned off a lot of stuff to hopefully make it perform better. But I'm not blaming the machine. It's just like, okay, but it's piling on the other stuff. The other stuff are more important. So let me see. But I love the way Tricky's playing. So this is the case where she still has a route, even though I did the 6PP like I did against Karchar's bit, but this time she covered the route, right? She didn't go for the short option. Alright, good game, good round. I don't know why it's like, boy, so you guys can see how the frames dropped there, but that's okay, it didn't change the decisions. It's just, I know what decisions to make in there. It's just that I was actually surprised that she crushed like that. So again, I don't know why it's doing like this, but that's okay. I've already been mentally prepared for that. It is tricky to respond to it though, but I can. I am responding to it. But it is tricky how it's doing this jittery stuff, right? But it's okay, because I saw what attacks were happening. I saw the decision points. I just made wrong ones. What it makes it hard to do though is it makes it hard for me to replay it in my head, like what should I have done? What thing was that exactly? Because I know I'm okay with the decision I made, but why did it beat it? It's a little trickier, but it was a lot of fun. So a lot of times she had certain hits that did crush, or not crush. They stopped me from crushing, and that was what was happening, right? It's like I'm trying to crush, and then I got beat with it. I'm trying to low attack, and this hop kick back turn will beat that at the ring out, right? And I like that. It's just a little harder to assess it in my mental memory after it's shaking up like that, but I can watch the replay and I can see what happened. I do like the fight. So I like the fight I had with Tricky here. Does it distract a little bit from making better decisions? Maybe a little, but I think I was going to make the decisions I made regardless. So right now I'm trying to see in my head what was happening there. So yeah. So Nova says one Seraph. I had a wonderful battle, Tricky, by the way. I had a really wonderful battle. Congratulations. I'm happy Tricky got this win. Well, I'm happy that they got first. I wish I got the win, but I'm really happy Tricky got this first. So, Nova feels like they don't flamingo as good as other. I think that's a strength of yours, to be honest, but I understand what you mean, and I know that you want your flamingo game to be better. But I do think a strength of yours is that you don't rely so much on flamingo. And it makes you less open to a lot of stuff. Congratulations, Tricky! I wish you got the win too, but you know, there's only so much wins we can give. No. But both of you beat me up pretty good, so I'm pretty happy. I'm not really, but I always love fighting you both. That's what matters. Alright. Thank you very much for joining us, Tricky. Sorry, Kai.
Sorry.
Oh, nothing. Anyways, I was just saying, thanks to Nova, thanks to Tricky. I was really happy they're in this room. Congratulations to Tricky on getting first on this.
Round 3. Ready, go!
You guys were playing it. Thanks for talking about this. Everyone else. Again, want to take any move, feel free to do so. Just tell us.
I'm gonna leave soon.
Haya, actually right now. So join that. Go ahead.
Round 4. Ready,
There's also
go!
controls, defensors. And if you are hesitant to play these controllers, some of these stronger players and let them know their skill levels.
Bring out!
Those 2 zeros.
Round 5. Ready, go!
One nice thing about rooms there's seconds or rooms and game
Bring out!
Stress. Yeah, that might be something I don't think it will be good for me to do that, but I want to get open so that's my eyes are definitely turn around. So first place was second was Dark Nova. Third place finished Where's Chanchop?
I'm right here.
Alright.
Just kidding.
On the
Yeah, I know. Thank you.
So your entity has his first place standing. First place finishes here. You can also purchase first place standing. Okay, so
Excellent.
it's true. Because intended for all it's instance, right? It's a lot of
Round 2. Ready, go!
So it's a way to it's just a way to keep if the game allows it. Yeah, that was Sunday. Next week I'll second on Saturday. Sunday I might
Knockout!
I had to check out my schedule. It's Father's Day next week. Sunday.
Round 3.
Probably is. Juneteenth coming very soon also. Really happy Juneteenth. It's,
It's also, I think, Chinese holiday. Translate. That's not what the translation. I have to say Chinese. Definitely for sure tomorrow
Round 4.
Sunday. Next week Saturday.
Ready, go!
Yeah, 20 minutes. 2 weeks from now is Eagle Las Vegas. I'll say go player is now. And that is viewable. Stats.
Knockout!
MF Diva says, last few consecutive VF streams, my anxiety has been pretty absent, so I've been able to play a bit more clearly until I start getting tired anyways. I'm really happy to hear that. I know this VF can be a very stressful game, but in a way, I feel like it's a game where you can work on the anxiety management, though that also means that's because it puts you through a lot of anxiety. But I'm really happy to hear that you're feeling like your anxiety has been pretty absent. You know, and I don't want to diminish the real aspects, the real element that anxiety plays in people's lives in all the ways that they do. I'm not a professional, Tricky is, but that said, I'm happy to hear that, and I'm glad that you're enjoying the VF really good. And honestly, you're playing I really like the way you're playing your Akira Diva. So keep it up. I enjoyed our battles immensely today. Mad props to you on a lot of our fights.
Round 3. Ready, go!
DC Theo says, I've really got to lock in and start leveling up because I don't want to be fodder at LA Gathering. Been too focused on content to play much. Well, you're playing a good role with the content for VF, but yes, there's always times to sharpen up your VF and sharpen it overall in different ways. All right, go ahead, Akai.
Go ahead, continue.
Oh, that was it?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm just typing some messages to kind of let people know I'm done with the beginner review and meeting.
Yes, Tricky, you can thank DC Theo for reminding people to wash their ass when they go to majors.
Let's see how many seconds you'll last.
Round 1. Ready, go!
Well, I hope you don't get too much apathy, Two Scoops. I like your VF, and I actually thought, I actually liked a lot of what you were doing today. I like the direction your Sarah's going in. Even if you don't get the immediate results, the approach seems to be much more on point and much sharper.
Round 2.
And in our fights, you're controlling those fights a lot better than ever. So I really like the way that you were keeping me under control a lot. I definitely felt huge difficulty fighting your Sarah today, more than normal.
Soil Akai.
Knockout.
Diva says, I've seen some of Tricky Eileen's videos about VF and anxiety, and it's helped too. I remember LD mentioned them to me once when I was talking about how to deal with it. It's true. Here's something, I'm going to give you guys a secret. There's a lot of players in the VF community who have had to, at times in their career, in their VF journey, really manage anxiety, right? And of course, Tricky would be one of them actually. Players like Adam Yuki has had to manage his anxiety. Players like Y2D has had to manage their anxiety. I know a lot of players where this is like a real serious focus in their journey at some point. So, yeah, and Tricky, you definitely are very much one of them. I would agree to that, yeah. 2024 was quite a year. So I'm glad that you shared your journey though, and I'm glad that you helped a lot of others go overcome and through it. And I remember talking to you about the rage, right? When the topic came to rage, right? And I think Speed Kicks was one of the players helping you overcome the anxiety and then the rage. So yeah.
Alright guys, since you're so set up on the scene,
Thanks, the guys. I might leave in the middle. We will see. All right, you have a good one.
you guys have a good night. Good afternoon. I'm waiting the people who's watching my stream to Soil Kai. So see me as a bike future professors. Once you finish playing in this room or in
Round
for that
one.
to play in, I think I is hosting. Let's see, I'm streaming right now. Right? And I'll go troubleshoot some of the things I'm having issues with the stream setup. Right? Players.
Knockout.
I really love the chat that we have here going on right now. And Tricky's sharing her journey too. Yep, punished that. I like this throw. This throw was a full commitment. Oh, that was so cool. Yeah, once I tacked, I knew it. Because usually the only way I mitigate this thing is taking the hit. But you also want to see if she's... Oh, this is ring out. VF is hyperactive, so that anxiety really plays up quite a bit. It's hyperactive and it is challenging you. Like, it's mental stack. So it's definitely one of those things, but I think it's a game that allows you to work on it too. Like, you do see the rewards for managing it.
Knockout. Round 5. Ready, go!
Chance, I'll talk to you some other time.
Alright, sorry, I'm fighting Tricky, so it's like, I can't speak.
I'm just trying to annoy you. Alright, later.
Alright, later. Thanks so much.
I did not ignore
Oh, okay, you were hoping to sway the battle in Tricky's favor. Tricky, you got an ally in Akai. Thank you very much. I'm trying to adjust to you. So, thank you very much, Tricky. Thank you so much. And Akai and Tricky says thank you to Akai for being the ally and trying to disrupt Chunchai. So it's all good. I do need to manage. So I'll admit this. One of my big pet peeves at offline tournaments is like loud distractions. Anything that like pulls me out of it like can piss me off. Now normally I'm pretty good at managing it, but last time I had to deal with it in 3 key moments that like led to me actually getting really pissed off in the time when I shouldn't have. When I shouldn't have lost my stuff. You know? But I work on it. That was good. I like Frost's patience. Good, yes. Just do simple answers. Use Occam's razor. Keep using Occam's razor.
Ready, go!
Good, that was the right answer.
Round 3. Ready, go!
Very good choice, good choice.
Round 4. Ready, go!
The distractions are actually okay. It's always part of it. It's just one of those things where I don't like. Normally, I manage it pretty well, but there were just certain key moments where it was like where I didn't, right? But I mean, when you're playing your grand finals and somebody shouts in your ear, like literally, that can be annoying, right? And so that's why I was really mad about it. But it happened like in a certain event twice in a row. So that's where like XTN could tell you because he was at all 3 of these situations where a distraction came at weird times. And it wasn't intentional. They were all natural. They actually, two of them happen. Actually, all three of them happen because people like me. Because I am a person that a lot of people like, and they want to. So sometimes they want to say goodbye. They just don't know you're playing your grand finals. You know. Sometimes people like. You know, but the thing is at LA Gathering there was another moment where a friend of mine, who I've told this story to, I'm in a serious battle with Rental Animator, and right in between the sets, he comes up and goes, "Can I join you guys?" You know, and I'm kind of like, this was a designated tournament zone. We're in the middle of the tournament still, you know, and I yelled, I chewed him out. You know, so, you know, and that wasn't during the fight. But I was focusing. I just lost a game to Rental. I'm trying to like think about turning it around, and so this good friend, he really meant well, and he just thought we were playing casuals. So he, you know, and I kind of, but it was a designated tournament zone, and I lost my crap in front of people who I didn't want to lose my crap in front of. So I feel bad for that, but I also apologize to my friend. Like I told him, look, I understand and stuff, and I told him I'm sorry that I got so mad and that I chewed him out. You know, about 10 minutes later. But yeah, and he's cool about it, but it does suck. But you know, it's also true that I'm the kind of person where I only really show that side of myself to people I really care about, like friends, family, because I manage it. I keep it under management, under everyone else. Right, but when it's like your closest friends, then they're gonna see my anger side more. You know, I think Tricky has even seen my anger side, but like, and it's not like I'm not angry that often. It is still rare, but the ones who are gonna see it are those that are closer to me.
Round 3. Ready, go!
That's life, you know. Yeah, it is a way you open up to it, yeah. Ricky's saying your injury isn't that bad. Thank you very much. I appreciate it because here's the other downside to it. Because everyone knows I'm generally patient. Because everyone knows I'm generally kind. And because everyone knows I generally tolerate stuff, when I do get angry, it shocks a lot of people. A lot of people are really shocked when it happens, and like it's like traumatizing. Like you look at their face, they're like in horror, you know.
Round 1. Ready, go!
It's kind of like that Friends episode, right? Like, you know, because it was you, Ross. you like, I'm gonna be more upset about it because it was you that did it. You know. Because disappointment is infuriating.
Round 2. Ready, go!
I like this so much. This thing is so cool. Like, I just never see that one coming. And I like that, because I haven't seen that in a long time. I can't believe I can't guard when I dash in here, because it's so late. And it's like, I should be able to guard this. And I can't.
Round 3. Ready, go! Round 4. Ready, go!
Yeah. Well, I think if there's a consistent theme here, these situations I told you where I got angry, these are situations that have boundaries, right? these are situations where the rules of the tournament is the boundary. The fact that it's in the middle of a tournament is the boundary. And that's kind of why I get upset, right? Like, cause I'm just like, dude, you know. But like, some people know exactly what I'm talking about. Like, they know how strange it was, not intentionally strange, just strange by coincidence. It was the situations that did piss me off, right? You know, like when the French shouted in the ear, there was a mini crowd watching our match, focused on a match. This is a friend in the fighting game community. And then so they just shouted in my ear, you know. They're just like, look who's playing VF, you know, like in my ear, you know. And then I lost right after that happened, and I was like, grand finals just got reset, you know. So, like, that was like for almost one straight year, 11 months, I was I won all of my offline tournaments, and it was an average of one offline tournament a month. That was the one that broke the streak. But it's not because of that. It was because Panda outplayed me in that tournament. Panda kept their crap together longer in that tournament. So we had intense battles. We had amazing battles. But Panda was able to stay cool longer than me by a bit every time in that tournament. So the battles were really good, and I beat him really good in the winners final. So he reset the grand finals, right? But and we both were playing great. So I don't blame the disruption for me losing. I really don't. It just coincides with it, which makes it more infuriating. Doesn't mean I think that's the cause. I know the cause. Panda was really outplaying me, right? Similar case when I got mad at LA Gathering. I generally rental an animator and I go back and forth, but in this case, it's a tense battle. It was a really good battle, and he just got the first game win on me, and so I was really focusing. So that's kind of why I was again the tournament organizer, who's Montage, told everybody this section is the tournament section. If you want to play your casuals, you play it out. You know, you play it outside of that section. So that's kind of why I kind of blew up, but also because I knew my friend knows about these stories, the other two stories, and that knows that generally I can get really annoyed by blatant distractions in the tournament. Not small distractions. Normal distractions fine. Crowd noise is fine. Crowd noise is fine. MCs are fine, even though some MCs, sometimes the speaker is like next to you, so it's like really blaring loud, and the MC is using the maximum volume voice. That has happened. That actually did happen at one of those events, but this is so for me, it's the fact that it was my friend who knows that this is my pet peeve. That's kind of why I went off and I just said, now I've got it ready. You know, like, you know what I mean? Like, I got to get this off my chest because this is swelling inside. And so that was Chanchai's rage moment. You know, to quote, you know, as Tricky talked about managing rage, that was my rage moment. That said, I had a really good battle after it. I do still have good battles even when I'm pissed off. So I never really blame that. I'm just more like, I wish I didn't have to deal with that. But I still fight really well, even when I'm really pissed off.
Round one. Ready, go!
I want to punish so bad. My brain doesn't want to punish elbow kick because it's worried about everything else she does. But it's also, I am bad at punish unless I fight Taka.
Round two.
I'm glad that Tricky understands that understands my rage at a tournament when it's like this, you know. Thank you for understanding, by the way. It's true that like it can be annoying to me when people are going like, well, you know, learn to manage your rage better. And I'm like, I do like to think I generally manage my rage pretty well. You know what I mean? So, like, I do, you know. It's like, so it's just like.
Round three.
So yeah, but it's unfortunate. But it's okay. These are memories that we have. And if in the long run, these are just other memories, and they're good war stories. Yeah, I definitely want to read what Tricky Alien is saying in the chat. Let's see here. I want to read it out loud. So Tricky is saying a lot of good stuff, right? Yeah, I can be rageful. I manage it. But like, if you do some dumb shit during a tournament to interfere, I will rage at it. But I can also ignore it. Just don't touch me. Same. This is the context when you are going to not be thinking in that management way. Yeah. Mid-match or mid-set. Yeah, exactly. So it's unreasonable to ask. You hear how F1 drivers be speaking during the races? Yes. Then after race is over, they're calm and cool. Yes. It's literally like that. I agree. We have the neurotransmitters running through our body that changes our cognitions in those ones. I agree. You need that to be playing at the optimal level. Yeah. I mean, it is like the same thing where some of my cooks, when they're in the zone, you don't disrupt them because they're trying so hard to do their job. You know, and you have to understand that they are doing their job and they're doing it better than anyone. I wish I would punish that too, right? KK punish. I like that. I like this too. I really love the 9P. The 9P is like, you're not going to do any low shenanigans here. You're not going to do backdash in the low. And I like it. That's what it's there for. I loved how this thing beat the two-handed attack too. I like this option too. Yeah, and Tricky says it's literally brain science. I do wish people would understand because, like I said, sometimes people are shocked when I do get upset, and it feels like I'm being told like I'm not being I'm being unreasonable, you know. And sometimes they might still be upset because I blew up, you know. And I'm like, I think I'm in a situation where it's hard to contain it, you know. But I do apologize. That did not change. I like that 3P. I like the 3P a lot. So Diva said, Thea, in relation to this and the above discussion, I'm pretty good at finding the line and managing rage. I believe it. I do try my best to promote a toxicity-free FGC environment. I don't consider standing up for yourself or setting boundaries to be toxic at all. Let's see here. So, yay, I got through that. I didn't expect that. For some reason, my brain thinks I lost to Tricky, right? So, but anyways, all right, yay, that was fun. So yeah. But what matters is Tricky won the league battle. That's true. So she got to work on training. This was a really good. And same here. I was working on training, and I'm enjoying this conversation too. And this is also using the relaxation techniques. Reading the chat sometimes is a relaxation exercise, and so by relaxing like this, it allows you to for me, access certain gears that are more workable when my mind is like that. And sometimes it's a little more conscious, sometimes it's a little more let it go, and it's good. Theo says, we have something similar at my job when we're working on cases. Yeah, when you're locked in and your flow gets disrupted, it almost feels like an attack on you. It does. I mean, when you get into the zone, it can really be like that. So, and in flow state, but also when you're not flow state, but you're really pushing yourself hard, right? You got to focus and you got to prioritize. And so things that mess with that priority, like, can be infuriating. But it's also, of course, we're always quick to get back on the priority. Yeah, it's real. Yeah. Tricky says, yeah, well, because you are literally fighting. Our brains are in an actual fight. So anything that gets in the way will become new target. Yeah. So Eva says, I do it slightly here and there now, but people still think it's weird when I curse on stream. I've never really been known to curse. Well, same here, right? You know, when I play tennis, I do shout, like, if I get a good point, right? And stuff, because you work so hard for it. You gotta have that release. You know, even though back in the day, even Leighton Hewitt was, I would do the same thing as him. I'd be like, come on, right? And like, he would do it, and people would be like, that's just not proper. It's like, dude, you know, it's like this is kind of like back then's version of like the Pokemon tournament thing, right? Where we're just like, wait, he got this call, he got DQ'd for that, you know? So yeah. And the thing is even when you're playing in the card game, in a trading card game, any game, competitive game, it's real intense. So it's really weird for me if like, there's rounds, there's ways to celebrate and be respectful. And that person I thought was doing it. So you know.
1, 2. Ready?
And Diva says my wife in real life still still laughs when I curse because she says it doesn't sound natural for me. I've had people have that reaction when I curse. Yeah, when I swear. And we've had a lot of my stream chat saying, I can't imagine Chanchai swearing. It's like, I actually swear quite a bit. But I do it in a nice way. But yeah. Yeah, any athlete is the same during a game, 100%.
Round 3. Ready? Go!
Alright, so Zex talks to Tricky, says, it feels like you are controlling the match and are feeling when I'm panicking. Yes, she is. Yes, we do. Even I do. I just might not act as cleanly on it, but I do. The thing is panic or not, you can feel hesitation. Hesitation can be many ways, but hesitation can cause people to attack recklessly. Now, that said, I mask mine, right? Mine is that I'll attack recklessly because I just do that. But you can see when people under control lose control and are reckless, and then you can also see when they try to tighten up and they over tighten, and now it becomes obvious that they're aiming for something. You can feel these things in a fight. VF is so conversational. The key word here, conversational game. Virtua Fighter is conversational game. There's a card game I love called Legends of Runeterra, conversational game. Things that have a lot of call and response, and you're gonna do it a lot, very quickly in the game. I love that, and Virtua Fighter does that. So in Virtua Fighter, you get to sense when people slow down, when they speed up. You get to sense when people are really sharp, and also when they're not sharp. I think a lot of people felt today I was not sharp. Now some people didn't think of it that way. I think Tricky's just like, okay, he's being like he's flailing a little, you know? And like that was like, yes, Chanchai normally does like some reckless stuff, but Tricky knows when I'm being super sharp. Tricky knows when suddenly I'm just like when my boxing is sharp, right? Tricky knows when I don't fall for stuff and stuff, right? Same thing. And then because of that, she knows when I'm not being sharp. So yeah, and this is a game where you really feel it. That's also why sometimes, just as Tricky's trying to describe, like when you move in and you observe your opponent or move into delay, I'm talking about, Tricky and I are both talking about that too. That at some point when you start playing player versus player VF, that's where you see me crouch dash, and I was going in there with the intention to defend, but I saw you weren't doing anything yet, so now I'm gonna make a choice whether I do something or whether I wait, or which thing I'm gonna do, you know? And that's really, and when people panic, either direction, you can usually tell because of this, using this, when you get used to fighting with this technique, or with this type of timing, or this type of watching, or this type of, I'm gonna instigate with my movement, but I'm gonna try to respond in time with what happens there. I think some people call this the dart approach, meaning like you dash in and you watch, or you dash in and you commit. Either way, but it's basically you're dashing in, which dashing in creates pressure. Dashing in to some people looking for an attack could look like an attack. Dashing in can just look like dashing into other people as well. And dashing in can be what are they doing? But it's really strong in VF because you can do anything from dashing in. You can cancel it at any point. And so because of that, that's why you guys see me, especially when you guys see me do the all defense mode where I don't attack, and you guys see me just like crouch dash, evade crouch dash, hop, fuzzy, back dash against the opponent and having them try to hit me. It's because you learn to watch the opponent, and you also learn to feel their timing. And by feeling their rhythm, you can also make some other interpretations about their mental state or about their focus. What are they looking for? He's looking for something. What are they afraid of? They're afraid of something. And you don't always get a complete answer, but you get enough of an answer that you can work with. So yes, you can totally feel the opponent's panic. You can totally feel the opponent's hesitation. And you can definitely feel the opponent rushing. You can really feel them rushing. When they start going flailing like this, you can feel that too. So yeah, it's big. It's big. But Tricky is also now doing it from the best position, is trying to work on doing it from the best position. This is the Shiopon method, right? Which is holding down and guard. Now, low throw is the thing that messes with this, but outside of low throw, after that, it's really just elbow into Nitaku is like the standard answer. But that's, so if Tricky believes that, but the thing is, Tricky is also trying to guard when she feels they're going to go for the elbow. So she's making that read. So she's adding that to it. I'll tell you that Shiopon actually is trying to react specifically to stuff, and Shiopon in private chat with them will just say, on a normal day, I can react and do the right answer if they do something that's like 21 frames or so. But on a good day, like, you know, when I'm when I'm playing nuts at a tournament, I can do this against 18 frames. And you gotta understand, 18 frames means almost everything in VF that has a good amount of damage. Aside from, you know, Sarah's Hoboken. No, I'm just teasing. That's me teasing you. But you guys get the picture. Somebody did say, do you think that that a good CPU could be broken in VF? And I was like, well, if you program the CPU to play like Shiopon, that's probably pretty much breaking VF. Shiopon, the thing is why is it brilliant if Shiopon does it but not CPU? Because Shiopon is a human, and Shiopon is pushing human limits. Shiopon is pushing human limits, and really, and then you see how beautiful the game is, because the game is amazing on human limits. Now, I don't mind a CPU that's designed to play like Shiopon but have certain tendencies that you can work with, especially like certain probabilities on its Nitaku and its reverse Nitaku. I think that would be cool, because you can still fight with that. You can still suss it out. You can still make it a mental note whenever you run into that bot again, and that's cool. But if it really played like what Shiopon aspires to be, that would break the game. So. Yeah. Tricky also said, so Zek said, when I lose, I realize you are just waiting for me to panic. That's why I did it. And Tricky says, partly, I don't know if you're going to panic or not, actually. But Tricky's tracking whether you're slow or fast. And basically, the good thing is this, the emotional aspect translates into gameplay. So all you have to read is gameplay. You don't have to read, it can help to read the emotion, but you're really just reading the game. And if you're reading the gameplay, well, that's pretty objective, you know, and it's more reliable. However, reading emotion can help you if there's evidence that that's the way it's going to trigger, or that strategically you're going to cause them to make more errors. That's really huge. But I do believe what Tricky's doing right now is just focusing on reading the gameplay itself, just the gameplay, and winning by reading the game. He says, so you can't read what or when I'm doing what I do or how I'm able to know. Yeah, well, Tricky's also playing in a way where she's trying to limit certain information. By the way, the one who's really good at limiting information is Sente, right? Sente is really good at refusing to release information. He doesn't want you to see any signals. He wants you to drown in white noise, empty noise. So Sente is trying to be the master of white noise. Of not me do nothing, you don't know. You know? And so, you know. But honestly, I like to use noise personally. But noise is risky. Noise is very risky. Because in VF, as we've said many times in Virtua Fighter, everything is punishable. Everything in this game is punishable. She's good. So now Tricky also pointed that she's controlling your timing offensively with. She was controlling it with attacks. Yes. All right. Two Scoops, thanks so much. Glad you're gonna be labbing some more and lab a bunch of the replays. Please do. Zach Frost, let us play. Yep. FL, it's on you. Zach Frost says yes, please. Yep, my bad. Loud. I should bounce out. Thanks for all the games. Thank you very much, Zach, but definitely take the chance to spar with Tricky a lot. Zach Frost is actually... I know Zach Frost is strong, and Zach Frost is getting stronger and stronger. And they're very smart. So, I'm cheering for you, Zach. With the online chats the way they are, it can come across as cocky. I don't think you're too cocky, though. I've met you in person. But I can tease that your chat sometimes sounds like you're pretty cocky. But it's good. We don't mind it. It's never insulting. It's always respectful. Diva says, I often freeze up in hesitation, have to catch myself. That's the VF journey. Zach Frost says, Shin Athena is definitely complicated. Not all interactions are the same. Yeah, it's true. Tricky is like, and yes, dashing in looks like an attack. It really looks like an attack for a lot of people, and it can become a mirage of an attack when under the right conditions. Alright, Diva says, blurring is the one both online and locally at Texas Showdown hammered into me how important it was to pressurize Akira. Yes, 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 and yes. It's Akira's design. Akira is good at it. Why not do what you're good at, right? And Akira, oh my god, Akira is so scary when he presses in. Especially with 66P. Yes, 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 and yes. Yeah, and especially with Fuzzy Guard. It's really important. What Tricky says, especially Fuzzy Guard, I'm like, yes. It's important for Akira to represent Fuzzy Guard because this narrows the opponent's decision space like a lot. Like good decision space. And it makes it frustrating for them, and it makes them always feel like they're in this pressure chamber. And that's how you make the read. Yes, 100%. The longer you play, the more the read. So what I'm working on is making that adjustment faster because I'm way too slow. I understand, and I know that feeling. So you have to stay outside of low throw range. Yes, there's a read and a react. Virgo does it too, and he would just read. Yeah. Well, also, like, you know, what's fun to watch at EVO Japan was watching Virgo fighting against the Pi player because it's really frustrating because of her 3PK2. And watching like how Virgo like overcomes that challenge. Really watch the Virgo fighting Pi is definitely something to really watch at EVO Japan. You can learn a lot, especially if you're understanding what Tricky's doing and you understand what I talked about with dashing in. You really understand it. Yep. Yeah, and then Tricky said that Virgo could block my Eileen elbow in reaction. The only way I could hit him would be to add movement and use elbow. Yeah, or hit cancel into elbow, yeah. Yes, I can feel Chanchai was flailing a bit today, except for last set. I definitely felt sharper in the last set. Thank you very much. I still feel flailing, but I was managing it better, and I used certain gears. But yeah, some players do play it in an emotionless way, which sucks. they're the robots. Yeah, that's why there's a lot of people who like Shiwapun but hate fighting Shiwapun because they feel like they're fighting a robot. Right? You can count like Nero really complained when fighting against Shiwapun at the VF party in 2024 because it was like fighting a robot. Killa is amazing at not giving away info. right? Killa and GT are both the type where they might not commit to Nitaku because they're looking for other ways to play, but also they're not going to commit too much info until they really believe in what you're going to do. Stuff like that, but yeah. EC Theo says, the Master of White Noise should be a band name. Yeah. Yeah. Led by Sente, yes. No, bots do have interesting expression though. They have patterns. I don't mind fighting. I like fighting bots because it's another way to like to work on a lot of interactions and it's a way for me to work on a lot of stuff. It really is. I know some people get tilted playing bots. I really think it's good. I think it's good for your play. It's not everything you do.
Ready, go!
Like that PP do nothing. And then PP I think is just minus, so if you side step.
Round 2. Ready, go!
This is a normal thing with Eileen, that's why I'm not surprised. Like, that's not the first time to where, from that range, my punish didn't work against Eileen. Oh, that's such a cool ring out pattern. That's a really cool ring out pattern.
Round 3. Ready, go!
That was such a fun battle, Tricky. I appreciate that very much. I really appreciate that a lot. That was a lot of fun. I like the space control, and I like a lot of the decision space there. And I liked it a lot. That was really good. Thank you so much. Rayblade does like to random select. It is what he likes to do. Now that said, there is no random select button here, so maybe he just swings it around. But actually, he's playing characters he plays. So it is Rayblade likes to switch nation, but he doesn't do the switch nation the typical way. He's not waiting to just win. He just likes playing the character he feels like, and there's many motives for it. It's really good. LD Wells says, Chancha, you gotta see the Fury. I do want to watch the Furious in theaters. Honestly, this week I'm trying to watch it. I hope the theaters will still play it. A lot of the showings are only in the afternoon, so I have to find the time when it's okay. I don't want to take my kids to watch the Furious, even if it's about going after to save your daughter and wife. But I really want to watch the Furious. The action looks amazing, choreography looks amazing, cast is amazing. Everything about the Furious looks like a good time. And it definitely looks like a movie you gotta watch in the theaters. So I really want to watch the Furious in theaters.
Round 3. Ready,
Yeah.
go!
Yeah, text is not the same as communicating in person, and that is something where this is something that every generation, especially this generation, has to kind of work with, right? Is that understanding text isn't everything, and it is more and more a part of our lives. But it's good to understand people, and it's good to learn it from them in person, because that will help you understand people online too, to a degree. But we're all gonna manage. But I honestly believe that it's important to have interpersonal skills in person. Diva says there are some matches where I just punish 6 XP until they're gone. Yep, it works. Rayblade says I want to see Furious if no IMAX or enhanced versions on. Yeah. Yep. Ricky Alien said he's talking about staying out of range of the hard to block stuff. Yep, 100%. Very powerful in this game type. It's just that you have to learn a lot of skills to supplement it. Oh my god, you guys get to watch the IMAX version. I'm jealous. I'm so jealous. Okay. DC Theo says, thanks for these discussions, Chanchai. The vibes are always good here, and I really needed this after this week. I'm happy to hear that, man, and I'm happy. Thank you, though. Like, you help. You bring a lot to it, too, and you always have. And it's all of us here together, right? So thank you all very much. I love talking about this stuff, though, because it's important. Because I want everyone to have a better life. I want us to have a better life and have better times playing VF and doing stuff we love. So, you know. AAA says, hello, sir. Hope the VF is going well. It is. I need to play it again. You do. I would like you to come back to VF AAA. We're always welcoming for you. So we look forward to your return. Tricky said, good games felt like I was fencing. You're fighting like fencing and it was really good. And it's really important in that matchup. Eileen plays it. I do think Eileen plays it better than Leon, but I think Leon plays it fine too. But it's just like the risk goes up. And you outplayed it. You outplayed whether I went fast or slow. Yeah. I'm gonna try to watch The Furious. I really want to watch it so bad. And DC Theo's like, yeah, that is the community part of the FGC. 100%. 100%. I'm really happy that Diva says that they really enjoy engaging with the VF. That the VF FGC community is definitely a highlight in the FGC. Thank you so much. I like to believe so. So, you know, it's always constant work. It's us. It's how people act. It's what people choose to appreciate and enjoy. If you focus on the things you don't like so much, that's where the problem is. It's not that you ignore it. You want to make things better, yes, but you model good behavior because you're sick of the bad behavior. You make good of if you have a bad situation and you have no control over it, well, you do the things that you do lay the feedback appropriately, but it's not all about the feedback. On top of the feedback, you make the best out of what you got, or you quit the game, and that's okay too. But you make the most of what you got, because in life, it's all you got. You know, that's like the way in life. There is a time for the bar. There is a time to drink and be upset. But in my opinion, it's not exactly necessary, but I know that for a lot of people it is, so okay. But if that's all you do, if that's the only thing that connects you, that's very sad. That's kind of the state where some communities, they might only be, you know, because some people enjoy that people are engaged when they're upset. So that's why they keep going and rewarding stuff that talks about that. We like to talk, a lot of us want to be able to just keep enjoying the game. We want to let the good times roll, but we want to help make the good times roll more. Not by ignoring the bad stuff, but by doing the things you can do on top of, over, and around the bad stuff. You know, but if it's fine to complain, but if all you do is complain, that's such a waste of time then. If you complain enough and then you make good of what you can do, that's a bit more productive. So what I will say also is social media Tekken is, in my experience, I have a lot of friends who play Tekken and they really enjoy it. They have their complaints about the game too. But at locals, they're just enjoying the game. And if they're not, they take a break from the game. They don't have to keep adding. They already hear the noise. They already the signal's out there. The signal is clearly out there, and certain people should keep blaring the signals. But a lot of people don't need to, and so most people are just doing what they can and making a decision whether that game is for them or not, or whether they still have something to gain from the game that they want personally. And that's okay. You know, for some, sadly for pro players, it's like, okay, I feel like I gotta play because this is the game I'm good at. Yeah, that's true for any sport too, though. there are people that might not exactly fully love. No, most people who are good at something love it. And the downside with a game series is that there are versions you'll love and versions you won't. But there's something in there that you do love, and you work with it. And if you feel like your life has to be a competitive gamer, okay. But most people aren't. Most people are not a competitive tournament player, and so they can just focus on the things that are rewarding for them. VF is hard. You're gonna lose a lot in VF, but for the people that stick with VF, it's because it's rewarding. Because they feel like there's something good out of it. There's something I like about this, but there's something good that comes back to me when I play this game. There's something that makes me feel like I enjoy it, I have fun, right? For me, I know what those things are. But for everyone, there's a different thing that makes them love it. And what's important is that we don't lose sight of that. But the reason we play this is because of the stuff we love about it. When people say, "Oh, this community, I'm gonna quit because of this community," it's like maybe you just don't love the game, and that's okay. Don't tell me that it's because of the game then. You know, there's a way to play the game without that part of the community. So yeah. So the thing is that now that said, I do think our community, because we know how much you need other people. I mean, you really need to know other people. Even in this age of online rank play where you don't know the other people, you don't know who you're playing against, you kind of need other people, right? And in VF, we know it because we don't like empty matchmaker. We don't like, nobody likes the feeling of they can't find competition. So you learn to value people a little more. You know, you really learn to value people a lot more, right? So, you know. Yeah, so thank you very much. There's more I can go on it, but I hope that makes sense. I hope that enlightens or helps or reinforces the good things, you know? But most importantly, I just hope it helps you, whatever it is, I want you to make a good decision, whether it's my advice or not. That's just my...
Round 2. Ready, go!
But sometimes, so what I'm saying again on Tekken, focus on the players who play Tekken with you, if you play Tekken, and focus on the experiences that are going to enjoy Tekken with you, if you enjoy Tekken. If you enjoy Street Fighter 6, and focus on the people that you enjoy playing Street Fighter 6 with. If you only focus on the drama, there's a point for the drama, but if you only focus on the drama, you're just feeding for more drama. You want to know where the toxicity comes from? It comes from everybody having fun with the release of the bad stuff. Probably like where there's something to be gained from it, whether it's through the social media, or whether it's through that. I'm not anti-social media. I'm just saying the reason people behave this way is they feel, for some reason, they feel the reward of affiliation by being like on team. We all don't like what's going on. You guys have seen, people in the VF community have seen me. They see that I accept almost everybody, even the bad players, the bad actors. Even the bad actors, people know that I'm actually I still treat them with respect and welcomeness, as long as they're not being disrespectful in front of me, and as long as they can behave in our wherever we're at, because that's real life rules. That's real life rules. I'll show you the door if you're not gonna be respectful. And so they're respectful, right? You guys see them respect. They're capable of it. And if they can't, they try to stay quiet, right? And they'll know that I'm trying to be reasonable with them. Now that doesn't mean everyone can be reasoned with, but that simple thing is what I do, right? And then, but even in the VF community, I do feel like, look, there are some people like to gang up on others, and I don't like that, right? And it could be like somebody who deserves to be ganged up on, but that's still the same problem. That's still the bullying problem. You're just picking an easy mark. You're picking somebody you can just outcast and say, I don't like this guy, and then you keep talking about the person you don't like. It's like, and sometimes when that person's an influencer, it's like you're just giving them what the person wants. You're rewarding their behavior. If you really want to, like, If you really want to see their channel fall, ignore them. You know, I mean, seriously, that's it. Like, that's what if you think they're only about the hype, don't give them hype. How do you give them hype? You talk about them. How do you give them hype? When you complain about them, you give them hype. But that said, I do like the people too that are trying to hype. I'm not against that approach either. I'm not against that approach. I'm just saying, but I don't like it when we gang up. I also don't like it when we gang up on things that on the sensitive topic. You know, because some people, it's hard for some people to get from point A to point D, and it's a long process. I'm willing to be patient on them, maybe not getting to point D, but at least getting to point B and C. That's just me. That's why you see me being very tolerant, right? I've got people in my life who are bigoted, and we have to work somehow. And yet, but they do coexist with people that they're bigoted against on principle. But they actually behave well in person with those person, and their family members too. And so a lot of families have to deal with this. So for me, there might be limits to what I don't think I can change their bigoted beliefs, but I think they can chill the hell out, because we just have to deal with it, because we coexist. And at some point you realize you're gonna have a cognitive dissonance. Now that cognitive dissonance doesn't come right away. People are stubborn to their core. So sometimes it's just like a lot of exposure time before, and maybe some experience somewhere. A few key experiences that will get them to go, you know, they start to see the cognitive dissonance. They start to understand that sick feeling in their stomach was that the thing they believed was in conflict with the thing that they're experiencing. They don't think these guys over here are out to get me in the bathroom. You know? They're like, these guys actually don't care about me if they see me in the bathroom. You know, it's like, you know, but it's like, and that's kind of the difference between exposure. You know, you're like, yeah, not everyone's trying to, I don't know, assault you a certain way in the bathroom. You know, not everyone's trying to trap you into a date that you're not gonna like. You know, so, you know, but you kind of like, and then it's if you try addressing people how they would like to be addressed, it might not be that hard if you get used to doing it for a while. If you know that, hey, we're playing Virtua Fighter and Street Fighter and Guilty Gear at a bar every Monday, and sure enough, we've got a very diverse group in here, but you start learning that, yeah, it wasn't really so hard. She was pretty cool. They were pretty awesome. He was pretty nice. Yeah, we're having fun. And that's why, for me, you know, like, that's just the positivity. That's my angle on the positive. I'm not here to tell you how to do things. I'm not here to tell everyone how to do things. I'm just like, hey, well, we're in my space. This is what I'm cool with. This is what I'm not cool with, right? You guys know that, like, I'm willing to let people from EU play in my room sometimes, just to try. And if it's really bad, we'll say, hey, it's not working out, but I would be happy to do a session with you later if I can make the time, because I do want to. But we've got a group thing going on, and I want to make sure that the group is having a good time overall. I'm not here to exclude people, you know. And then when people were like, you know, some people acted harshly to the person from another country, and I was like, hey, let's be respectful in this room. I was welcoming to them. I understand when you don't like that, but they're gonna get the wrong idea of you. I know you're a nice person. You're a cool person. I'm asking you here to be cool a bit, and like let's not use that type of approach. Because, but I'm not judging you. It's just I know this is your approach. But I'm asking you, please understand. I want everything to be respectful. You know. And then in another group, like on the Discord, you know, there might be someone that some people question a certain content creator, and they feel like that content creator is not strong. Look, you don't have to be strong at V, you have to be a content creator. You need to be welcoming everybody who wants to support the game. And don't pick on people because you think they're not as strong. And don't pick on people And yes, I know this person has bad behavior in another person, a different person, has maybe bad, questionable behavior on a ranked environment. You aired your grievance, I get it. But I want to move forward. I want to talk about the VF I'm actually playing. I want to talk about the people I actually play with. You can vent it. I'm not telling you can't vent it. I don't want to spend 24 hours in the Discord bullying that person, because our community is more than that one person. It's many people, many experiences. I want to talk about these good experiences too. And if we're talking about proportionality, that's like less than 1%. So can we make that less than 1% of the conversation here? You know, do we have to just, because yes, humans have negativity bias. So I'm here to remind you, don't forget the good things in your life. Otherwise, when they're gone, they're gone. You might not realize that you're chasing away the good elements. If you're only focusing on blasting the bad, if you're trying to get everybody into gang warfare and try to turn everyone into a mob against one person, that's bullying, no matter how righteous. Even when it's righteous, bullying is bullying. So, you know, like, that's my take. I know, now that said, I don't want to ignore how hurt people feel when they've been a victim of bullying. It's a deep pain. It's a deep frustration. And I understand a lot of people want justice for them, even from the bullying of their childhood. And a person like me can be very frustrated for that, because I'm the person that's more likely to try to guide towards moving forward. Because some things in life you're gonna get the right way. Sometimes you're gonna get justice the right way. But sometimes you get justice in a little bit of a different way. And if you can be flexible about how you get that justice, you might have a healthier life, in my view. But trauma is trauma. And I don't want to disrespect your trauma. I don't want to ignore it. But I will tell you this though. If your approach to bullying, if your approach is that justice is served by bullying the bullied, I just see more bullying happening is all I see. And I know that sounds like Gandhi. I know that sounds like, you know, an eye for an eye makes the world blind. And I know how naive that can sound, especially these days. And definitely there's a time when somebody has to be made an example of. There is. And there definitely, like, it definitely has to happen sometimes. Does it have to happen to everyone? I don't know. Sometimes it can be more I'm willing to accept it being sometimes more symbolic. But again, if we're only talking about the negative sides, that is what will define our community. That's what will define the community. And it's only because you let it, because you contribute to it, because you want the juicy gossip, because you want to focus on it, because you want to let the hype beast be the hype beast, or complain about him, which lets him be the hype beast. Or, you know, or you're saying, you know, this one guy who annoys the crap out of me on ranked defines all of my ranked experience. Really? I understand it pissed you off, and I understand it pissing you off ruins the ranked experience for a whole day. I don't disagree with that. But I am talking about if we move forward, positive, it's more likely people understand there actually is. Look, you want more people on ranked? Encourage ranked. You want people less on ranked? Talk about how bad it is. It's that simple. And right now I see people, oh, VF's net play is so bad. It is not bad. But I understand the limits of it, and I work with it. I'm going to use what I've got. I'm going to use everything I've got. But honestly, parts of the problems you guys have with the net play has more to do with the population size. Like, why does Tekken or Street Fighter seem to have better, or whatever game, whatever popular game, why does that seem to have better? Sometimes that happens because there's so many people that it's possible to have a more likely good matchup. Okay. How come some niche games seem to have really good ones, but not everybody says it was good? Well, the ones who had a good experience are likely to stick. Also, there might be a demographic stickiness to it. There might be a bunch of people in the same region. Like this game, a lot of people in the Midwest here play it. Geez, us in the Midwest, this game is really great. You know, everywhere else it's like, dude, what the hell is this? There's a lot of dynamics when it comes to the matchmaking, when it comes to the online experience. And critical mass is a factor. It's not the only factor, but it's a factor. But when you rage about, like, Yes, let Sega know your frustrations with the netcode. They're the ones who can do something about it. If you want to campaign about the hardships of the netcode, you are going to tell the world that that's the only real experience to be had on the online. And any of you guys in this room know that's not true. In your heart, you know that's not completely true. It might not meet your standards, I get that. But you are effectively sometimes just telling everybody that this is a terrible place to play online. And I don't think that's true at all. At all. And so I'm just like, you know, do you want to encourage more people to play online with you because it's what you got? I definitely want to encourage you to go to offline. No one's denying offline. Nobody's telling you not to go to offline. Everybody agrees offline is the best virtual fighter. It's just so, it's a fact. It doesn't even need to be said, that one. Okay, that's like a no duh. Okay? But if you want better online, you want more people to play online. I'm just saying. And then of course you want Sega to work. So anyways, sorry, that was me lecturing. It's just advice. You don't have to follow it, but I hope it makes sense to you. And I hope or at least I hope it gives you something to think about and you come up with your own conclusions, because I respect you coming up with your own conclusions. But I will tell you though, if you only focus on the negative, that's what everybody seems to be afraid of. Right now everyone's afraid, oh, what if the things turn negative? VF has no shortage of negative elements in our community. Some of it we just laugh off because it's not that serious, or because we don't take it that seriously. And some of us move forward. And some of us try to be the best we can for our community. And that's why I think our community is pretty positive. Because people can find that positivity. They're not drowned in the sea of negativity. But the negativity is there. It's just not like this huge sea of it. So anyways, hope that makes sense. Diva said, on Twitter I often say an opinion and get angry responses, so I fire back and then they go, you're so angry and talk. People are funny. That is online, right? That's why I'm like, you do you, bro. But didn't you engage me negatively first? Yeah, no, exactly. Here's the thing. Karens hate Karens. Toxic people hate toxicity. I'm just gonna put it out there. Okay? Karens hate Karens. Karens are the ones who complain about Karens the most. Toxic people are the ones who complain about toxic people the most. I go to events and the person who is known to be very toxic comes up to me and talks to me about the concern of toxicity. You know? I'm sorry, you know? It's funny how that works, right? And part of it is this, it's why I go positive. I go positive and I address them. The person that talked to me about the toxicity and tried to tell me about the VF, their experience on the VF community being negative for them. And I go, and then they tried to get me to out people. They tried to get me to name the people they had in their mind. The people that was talked about in that video by that popular Tekken content creator. To name the people everybody knows is a quote unquote bad actor. And I was like, I don't want to talk about that. It's like, why? It's like, that's like one person out of a lot. I don't want to define my community by that. I want to define my community by the whole community. And that person's a part of it. I've never denied their existence in the community. But you seem to know about them. Let's talk about somebody that you could think better of, or let's talk about someone else right now. I'd like to, that's just not the conversation I'm going to have here. It doesn't help me here. It doesn't make me feel better. It doesn't get me to move forward. It only gets me to look backwards and basically act like a drunk guy at the bar. And I'm sorry, but the drunk guys at the bar do not look like winners in life. And I'm not trying to categorize people as winners and losers. I'm just saying that winners group tends to be excluded from the people that are just going to complain and whine at the bar. The people who want to complain at the bar, they are getting a collective release, and they're enjoying shooting the shit. So their friends get to understand them, but everybody else might not think positively of them if they don't learn to manage and balance their expression to include things that are a bit more, positive. So yeah. UCTL says, but Chancha, I have to say my piece to bad actors for my 3 minutes of fame. Okay. No, it's cool. It's cool. I just, for me, I don't. For me, I'm just like, no need to, yeah. So Tricky, I don't need people to, for me, the real world, how about this? What is the message in Batman Begins? What is the line? It's not who you are inside that counts, it's what you do that defines you. How people act in a public place, how people act defines you. Now that's definitely, once they act on that terrible thing inside and do that really terrible act, that thing will define them. And yes, I'm afraid for them to do that. But if they learn how to conduct themselves and they have something that says you don't act out on this hate that you have in your heart because it would be stupid, that's like the concession. And they have to fight that internally or whatever. That's my view. I'm not here to judge people. I have my own vices and my own weaknesses, and I deal with them every day. I have my prejudices. I deal with them every day. Sometimes I talk loosely and say something that is not exactly the most respectful, and if I have consequences, I gotta deal with that every day. So I'm not worried about, like, Ricky, you and I disagree on a lot of things, and that's what's beautiful about how much we connect. And that's what's beautiful about our friendship, in my view. And then of course on top of that is the rivalry, how much we enjoy fighting each other and learning this game together. So there's many dynamics to the relationships we have, right? But I have people in my family that I do love that might have bigoted views because of an older time, as an excuse. Not a true excuse, but it's an excuse. And I've seen some of them overcome it. But they never overcome it by me judging them and telling them. It happened more with exposure. And the exposure, though, I'm not going to force the exposure. I'm not saying we're going to pair every bigot with every victim. Okay, we're not doing that's like stupid. But I'm saying that in life we coexist, and there's so many people. And I would like to save a lot of people, but I've also found that path to like, people have listened to me because they think I'm willing to listen to them. If I was to, sometimes I will in a friendly way tell them I disagree. But I have to, but usually I figure out the point in the relationship where that's appropriate to say or that's helpful. But I don't, it's just how it is. That's like, some friends of mine might be anti-religious, and then they might think, how could you trust somebody that's religious? I was like, I have a lot of friends that are religious, and I have a lot of friends that are not religious, and they're, by and large, good people or well-intending people. But sometimes I'm going to try to sometimes we bridge the connections, and that's what and it's hard. Again, I do agree with you, though, that people are at least, even though, I'm neutral when it comes to people. I'm not necessarily thinking they're inherently good or bad, but I can definitely see a lot of cases where some things seem to be a little bit nature, and a lot of things seem to be quite a bit of nurture, and that nurture can manage the things that are even by nature. Though, have we seen people that seem to be bad no matter what? I've definitely encouraged that, but I've also been able to make connections with people that were bad no matter what. I've been able to make a lot of connections with people that are bad no matter what, but you've also worked with a lot of people that are bad no matter what. And I'm not going to speak for your experience because that's for you to either tell or not. You also have client privilege, I guess, patient privilege. So I don't want you to out that, I don't want you to violate anything that you can't violate. But it's an interesting thing. But as Tricky has, my friend R Panda and Tricky would both consider me to be aggressively neutral. That's the kind of person I am. And that will be something where if I'm asked about, that will be what I was talking about. I would say, yeah, I would agree that I am quote unquote aggressively neutral. It doesn't mean I don't think I'm doing the right thing. It doesn't mean I'm so compromising. Though to a lot of people it is, and that's fair. I just happen to believe in a certain way, and that's just how I am. but I also don't think I'm more right than other people. It's just my experience and what I do, and I definitely didn't study to do it, though I do apply it in a lot of work and a lot of other situations, and it seems to work for me. But again, it's also working with my strengths and my weaknesses. Everybody's got different strengths and weaknesses, so it's like, so it becomes really, really wrong, really stupid to say do things the way I do, because it'll work out. Life doesn't work that way, not in my experience. But I do hope I can help make positive changes, and I do hope that I help make life a little better for people when I can. It's not my goal in life to do it to everyone or to always do that. It's just something that in my heart I hope that I can have a positive impact. But that said, at the end of the day, here's the thing: I'm just doing what I think is. I just do things that I think is right, just like everyone else is. It doesn't make me more right. The more I try to impose it, the more I worry that I'm being self-righteous. And self-righteous is really... Self-righteous people are like the most annoying people. You know? They're like... The bullying comes from self-righteous people, you typically. You know? So... Even when they're right. You know? So it's just like... It's very insufferable. You know?
Round one. Ready, go!
Yeah. It is true that the algorithm... Yeah, so Tricky is awesome at working with both the algorithm, playing the social media game, and she loves it, right? And I like it too. And I definitely want to play it in my own way. It's just that I got to manage my time between whatever my work would be and whatever... You know, like, it's like... I want to approach it... I want to balance it in things in my life, right? And trust me, right now, you know, I'm looking for jobs and I'm like taking care of a family. So how much am I willing to sacrifice on that for what my goals are on social media? I've had to answer that in maybe a way that, you know, it was a lot easier to answer that if this was 20 years ago. But depending on what kind of jobs I get in the future, maybe it becomes a silver bullet and works that way, where I can do what I really believe in social media and satisfy taking care of family and satisfy occupation. I would like that very much, to be honest. I'm going to be very honest with all of you. I really would love to work in something like community management. I really do. Or marketing, or whatever else. So I'll be very honest, that's really where my heart's set. Until I have that, I have to balance the things that, like, because of the things I'm not taking care of occupationally with family, I have to balance my life to do extra for the family because that's what it's like, the obligation. You got to do that. You got to take care of your family no matter what. Sometimes it's through the financial. Sometimes it's through extra work if it's not as much that, if you're just using retirement funds or something. You know? So, but I will say though that I really do have a mind for media content and social media. I do. Right now I'm just balancing my budget of in a certain way, and I wish I could budget more time to it, because I really want to. I want to budget so much more time, money, effort on social media. I want to do way more than I'm doing. I definitely have a lot of things. I definitely have, like, this is how it should be. Would be amazing. I could do this. But I'm trying to balance that right now with my current situation. Yeah. Yeah, no, branding really important and agreed. Diva says, I do admit I was hurt by the Tekken bullying when I started playing VF on stream, and that's why it's hard to ignore the Twitter noises. I understand that. It is frustrating. I'm sorry you had to deal with that. But I do hope that you've learned to kind of to overcome that and not let it affect you as, like, negatively. A lot of so-called friends gone just because I like you. It is a weird thing. You know, sometimes hobbies can be like that. Sometimes we can be a little too weird about our clicks. In hobbies, you are joining clicks in a way, you know. But sometimes you'll see me try to be, hey, let's keep it real. I try to be the change I want to see. But it is hard and it's stressful. And at the same time, you can't force people. So I don't believe you can force people. That's me. Some people believe you can. I don't really believe you can force people. I do believe I can incentivize a lot of people, and I do think I can model behavior, and I do think I can just talk to people. I like talking to people one-on-one. So when I talk to people one-on-one, or when I talk to people like I am on this stream, I do think there's a lot of good that comes out of it. I'm confident that I've helped people at least think about things in another way, and I found it to be helpful. And even when I talk to those quote-unquote toxic people in at events, I always feel like I've made a positive impact with them, and a lot of times they tell me that I did. It might not change the nature of the type of behaviors they have online, okay? But I honestly believe that there's something good that came out of our friendship. And it might not be obvious to everyone, but that's okay because it matters to me within our friendship. And I'm not gonna lie, I am friends with a lot of the quote-unquote most toxic people in the virtual fighting community. And yet that doesn't get known because I'm not going to advertise it, because I don't comment on this stuff, but I do talk to them privately about stuff like that, you know? And, whether, even back in the day, if I'm going to name old names, right? Kamai Zoken gave Akai so much headache, and Mike so much headache in virtualfighter.com. He's a friend of mine. And there are times when he will fight to defend me, right? So there's definitely lines he wouldn't have crossed, and he won't cross lines. And if I tell him I'm concerned, he'll listen actually. But I'm not going to always tell him what to do, but I do talk to him about stuff like that. Shang is a friend of mine. Now that said, that one is a little more unfortunate to me, but I get it. I think in the case of Shang, he made a clear difference between his online relationships and real life. And so what he does is just online, he'll just be a jerk and just be whatever, and he'll just joke and just, he's just like, he's just a release for me. And so now we don't really talk to each other much because, well, unless we're in the same room together, we're not talking. Because he's going to still act this way, even in chat. So that's unfortunate, but that's his life to deal with. And that said, he's a good father. He does good, he does stuff as a family man, and he does stuff in work. It's just that he just decides he's going to be like this. And that's unfortunate, but I still care about him, so if he ever reaches out, we'll talk. But at the same time, I'm busy with my life, so I'm gonna take care of my thing. But he doesn't. It's not like he wants to talk. It's just like if ever he wants to kind of re-engage, we'll talk. And if he wants to just be friends, even in private, we'll talk. Cool, because I'm happy. I'm still his friend, in my view. So it's just the way I am. But this is like how people manage life. That said, it also helped me when I started to get to know the Chinese community. It kind of helped me to get to know Shang's sense of humor. It really did help me understand his sense of humor a little better. It's a dumb sense of humor, but that immature sense of humor, it's like, okay, I get it. It's like there's a lot of people in Shanghai who talk like this, in the group chat. So it's sometimes I'm like, we'll chalk it up to a weird form of culture, All right, you have a good one, DC Theo. Thank you so much. Thank you all for doing what you can, really. Lumping Captain says, not sure what I can learn in this lobby. All good. I think you can learn a lot, but that's up to you. The learning is on you, my friend. But I hope you can learn something. But I believe you could. I honestly do. I believe you can learn a lot fighting in this lobby. That said, are they really rough? Yes. Is tricky really tough? Yes. You're seeing the limits of certain options that you do. Doesn't mean you're not learning. It's just that if you're saying, I don't see I can win, I would probably agree. I don't think that's the worst thing, though. I think you can definitely learn. But I also know there's a tolerance, and I don't want to push you past your tolerance. If you can't handle it, I respect that. But I think you should hang in there. I learn by fighting players stronger than me all the time. But maybe that's just, I'm not saying that's the only approach. But I will say that a lot of the strongest players I know were the type that would fight people that are stronger than them and just keep at it. That's my experience. Just take that as you will. It is a killer room, yeah. Eva says, my goal is to stop getting deep into Twitter stuff. I know yeah, definitely manage manage it all. I know I'm as nice as I ever was and that I'm just defending myself. I think you're very nice, man. I really like the vibes in your room. Like, if people are not saying it enough, that sometimes people don't, but I'm saying it. And you know that. You know that every time you come up, I always bring up how much I like being on your screen. Like chatting in your screen. So I appreciate you so much, Diva. I'm not trying to gas you up. I'm just telling, but I do know that sometimes when you appreciate things, it's really good to put it out there. Even if you don't think it's going to get all the likes or whatever. Even if it's not going to get as much attention. If you like something, I think it's good to share it. So that's why I share how much I like your stream.
Round 4. Ready, go!
Yeah, well, some people want to bait. some people like to argue in bad faith. So here's the thing, you know, some people like to argue in bad faith. That's what sometimes you'll see me giggle at it, right? You'll be like, okay, that's them, that's you, dude. that is why I do like the young generation saying, you do you, dude. You do you, bro. You know, so it's like.
Ready, go!
Yeah, no, Tricky, I do know you judge people on their actions. Thank you so much, Nelly. I always love Nelly's shoutouts too, because Nelly's been so supportive and very encouraging, and letting other people know that an insanely strong player like Nelly respects what I do in the community. So thank you so much, Nelly. Yeah, we do need all kinds of people. Look, diversity is tricky to manage. Even in the workplace, diversity is really tricky to manage. No pun intended. I was never afraid to have a diverse staff, but it definitely created management challenges from all the different backgrounds that they come from. And having to help bridge the connection, help them understand each other and work better together. Sometimes it took a meeting, sometimes it took me telling stories from my own life and saying, you know, I can see how this person acted was frustrating, and it looks like they really don't like what you're doing, but I want you to. I was like, here's an example from my life of a friend of mine who is similar to that person you're complaining about, and I want you to consider if maybe like my friend's story, because my friend, this is how their mother raised them. I'm going to tell you. So I do that, and suddenly the other staff members like, okay, that makes sense to me. I think I get it, and I know that they're not exactly following your rules, so to speak, but I can see why they get upset about something. That might make sense if that was true. So, and so it gets them to at least think about what the other person's values are. Not that they have to adopt their values, that they just have to coexist with the values being there. And that let's help them work the best way they can work without being respectful, but also both ways. So Diva says, I just want more people to know. I always want people to know, similar to what Chanchai said, you don't have to be top player or have a toxic, cocky attitude to be a good player that belongs in the culture. That's what I built my channel on. Yes, am I the best? Not at all, but I know I'm good at playing. Others propel success doesn't devalue my 100%. Yeah, Tricky does hate the algorithm. We definitely all have our issues with the algorithm. It's true. Me too. But we do want to work with it to create. We want to create positive outcomes from it too. Yeah, and I'm with Tricky on that actually. I do believe that.
Round 5. Ready, go!
Tricky says, interestingly, my channel actually helped me in my performance review. It counts as public service. All the mental health and mentality. Yes, you'd be a good. Thank you so much. Tricky said that I would be a good community manager. Thank you very much. I take that as a big endorsement because I really could use all the endorsements I can get. Some of the jobs I'm applying for, stuff like that. So, I would really love to be a community manager. So I'm working on it. Wish me luck. Feel free to shout me out too. Feel free to give shoutouts because it does help. Because you know, whoever's looking at community management might actually look at what communities say. So you know, they don't look at everything community says. So here's the thing: signal sometimes has to be elevated to noise for that type of effect. Sometimes the signals have to be elevated to noise levels. If certain signals, if there are certain signals you really believe in, sometimes you have to elevate it to the noise level so that the message gets through. But not all signals. You don't want to drown everybody in noise. But I'll just say I appreciate it for anyone's support and belief in me. I appreciate you so much. It gives me strength. Eva said, I studied psychology but never finished. Wanted to change the world for the better, but really went through it in my early 20s and fell. I think a lot of people share your journey. You know, still good at it, but not safe. But I really value you a lot, Eva, too. I really value you. Tricky, of course. I really value Tricky. Rushdown Turtle says, sometimes I'm bothered by teabaggers. Not because I feel insulted, but it reminds me there's people in the world who just want to make others mad sad. It's true, but I do want to remind people of something because it's easy to forget. Look, I've worked in restaurants since I was a teenager, technically before. And so, in the 90s, this is before cell phones were widespread. So what was the common thing I had to deal with? I had to deal with crank calls all the time. People calling in the restaurant. And who makes crank calls? Bored teenagers. The most bored teenagers in the world. And some adults too. But you know, back in the early 2000s when I played like World of Warcraft, I ran a guild. And a lot of people loved the way I ran the guild. And the thing is I did not ban minors. I allowed minors. But I definitely told them they had to act like an adult. Now back then, you could kind of tell who was probably a teenager. And so, a lot of times you would hear stuff like, just ignore those teenagers. Just bored. Now that said, by 2012, the world has changed. Because 2012, I think, is when I saw the adults getting in fights like the teenagers. And so you do see more adults and more, as well as the teenagers, acting like they're bored and doing stupid stuff and trolling on purpose, being rude and annoying, and getting attention, making up for other stuff misplaced in life maybe. But I also, in my work, I've also dealt with middle schoolers. I've worked with the middle school bully because when I ran a video game amusement center, he could have been the biggest threat. But I got him to behave. And I got him to cooperate, and when I finally had to ban him permanently, I actually spent the day with him. I said, hey, you know what, today I'm going to take care of you, like, go ahead and play the games you want to play, and we're going to hang out a bit. And then I talked to him, I was like, hey, you know, like, I want you to know we have made good connections. As a policy, because of the things you've done, I have to ban you permanently. But I wanted to at least give you this day to know that, like, that there are some fun times here. But I really wish for you to improve these things in your life. And I really wish you could see a better path forward, because I'm worried about your future. And, you know, but at the same time, I did want you to have this day because there is some stuff you have done for us a little bit. And I'm not going to ignore it, you know, but, you know, and we had a good talk. And he didn't cause any trouble for the business after I banned him. That said, people are the way they are. And sure enough, look, he did come with, like, his father was potentially abusive. And he was the cool kid in his middle school and in high school. But yes, true to those stories that people tell you about the bad kids, he did go to jail at a young age. He came out of jail at, you know, young adult age. But he definitely got himself in trouble on a predictable path, nothing fortunate. He definitely, you know, fell through all those things. That said, I think he connects with his friends after. He's okay. It's life. Yeah. But I wanted to show him that, like, you know, that there could be a room for respect. Well, he did give respect to me.
Round 2. Ready, go!
So Inori says the way you speak out your stream of consciousness about VF has helped a lot. I'm really happy to hear that it helps you. I do it to help that too. And it also helps me, right? It helps me because it makes me a little more conscious about myself, even the things that I don't control so well, right? I think this game is really good. This game is really good at forcing you to be honest with yourself. And that's sometimes when people are frustrated, it's because there's a cognitive dissonance with being honest with yourself. Like, I am so great. I'm gonna go in and beat everyone up, and they come out, they're like, ah, you know, forced to be honest with yourself. You know, so you know, and it's like, please manage it. It's okay to not be the best. You are good. You are very good. You just need to improve on a lot of things, but they're in front of you. It's a game, so there are things that you could find. There are things that you could work on, and it's abstract, so you get to work on it in very direct ways. You know, life is harder than that. You know, but it does help you in life to learn to improve in your other skills. Yeah, and Tricky says, yeah, oh, and yeah, we disagree on some stuff, but we agree on the important things. We do. We have a lot of similar, like, it's not exactly same values. We have a lot of similar values, but also, yeah, it's definitely our good nature too, you know. So, but yeah, Nori says it helps me see the game in different ways. Thank you again. I really appreciate that, and I try to help. And I have had other people tell me privately that they really appreciate that I can comment and talk while I'm fighting, because it's hard to do that in VF. It is so hard. Even Tricky will tell you, it is so hard to play VF and talk at the same time. And I've told other people the truth is that there are some gears where you can do it and some gears you can't. Those gears being like the ratio between how much am I being very mindful and conscious versus, and which could be interactive, and it doesn't have to be interactive. It's more like plotting. And then versus how much am I being like just reactive, and then versus what type of reaction. So like there are reactions where you just muscle memory goes off. Those are the ones that can talk. If like you're allowed, that's what I talked about earlier about managing your autopilot. The autopilot allows you to kind of talk, but you, like a real pilot in an airplane, you manage that autopilot, but you need to know when to put your hands on the controls, when to turn it off, and when to turn certain parts of the auto control system off, and when to put them back in. Why is it important? Tricky also talked about how the Japanese players play at a fast speed that you have to respond without thinking. Because when you think, you're slower. This is what I'm talking about too. Like, a lot of times when you just let yourself, like, you build a reflex. And again, another thing I'd say is everyone that talks, when I talk about reflexes, I know it can trigger people's fear of bad habits. My approach is to keep building good habits. It's not perfect, but I found that way is a little easier to change the behavior and eventually get towards a better habit. But building good habits. Now that said, there are blind spots with that approach too, so you know, you got to mix it all up. But generally speaking, if you can like work on like finding a better habit that you like, that's the key. Thinking about it as the positive change you want to make, not the thing you're trying to put down and tell yourself to stop doing. Because when you tell yourself to stop doing something, you stop being active. And then VF, you don't always want to stop being active. You just want to replace it. So try to replace it with something good. And sometimes it's attack, sometimes it's movement. Sometimes it's doing nothing, but sometimes that doing nothing actually meant you were committed to like guard throw escape. So then you're like, okay, in this situation I'll guard throw escape. Think of it that way. Instead of thinking of like, I'm never going to do that again. Because the more you obsess over the thing you don't want to do, you're probably going to end up doing it. In my experience, for me. But I hope that will help you. If it doesn't, do the way that works best for you, but that's the way that's working. Yeah, and Diva says, yeah, rather the negativity around the community negatively impacted how I view the game, and I don't even really dislike it that much. Yeah, He says, yeah, I have people that are considered toxic and I speak with them too. It can calm them down if needed, but I also don't tell them what to do. Yeah. I've like, yeah, I think Tricky and I both were like, we're not going to tell those people what to do, but we do talk to them. And you know, like there is, you know, there's things where we think we're making a positive impact by doing this. And sometimes it's because I do like playing VF with certain people that might have character flaws, you know, so, and then in work, you have to work with people that have character flaws. Okay. You know, it's like, now that said, also with work, number one reason people ever really quit a job or switch jobs because of that one person that just was unbearable. I feel like that is like the number one reason, right? That people ever even quit a job is because of somebody. That one person, and just they didn't see that that was going to get improved, so they just couldn't deal with it anymore, right? That's why actually when a friend of mine asked me about he was like, do you see this stupid quiz? And he's like, you know what the stupid quiz says? Like, what does the stupid quiz say? It's like an HR quiz. He's like, which of these work better for retention, for holding an employee? Giving them a raise, giving them more responsibility, or a ping pong table. And I was like, ping pong table. He's like, what? You know? And he's like, that was the correct answer, but all of us think it's stupid. And I was like, well, okay, but I was like, this is abstract, so this is the problem. But it's like, because sometimes the other two are correct, it depends on the situation, but usually it's not. I was like, here's the thing, when you give a raise, sometimes you end up losing that employee because once they get the raise, and it might be the raise they wanted, it might be the raise they asked for. Once they get it though, their sense of their value might change. They might start asking themselves, wait, should I have asked for more? Do I deserve more? I'm good enough. Should I go to another job? I'm not saying don't give raises. There are ways to do it, but I'm just saying like sometimes I've seen giving raises cause people to actually leave. And not because of hatred or they were upset about it. The opposite. So there's that. Giving them more responsibility usually is a good thing actually, but it's tricky. Now that said, these two things, there's another aspect to it. By the way, giving more responsibility meant promotion, by the way, promotion. Okay, so what is the other aspect? The social environment. Your workplace is a social environment. Person A gets a raise or a promotion. You have to think of what happens to person B and C and D and E. They may not be happy with that. You may lose on balance. The goal of workforce retention has, you know, this dynamic changed the success rate of that. So just example anyways. So people matter, coworkers matter. That said, workplace is not always the best environment, you know. A lot of work is a very stressful place, all types. So, you know, so I'm not trying to jump into that naively there. It's an abstract example. But I hope that makes sense for some of you. Yeah. Yeah, Diva says, VF is one of those things where I was always playing for the last 21 years, but more casually before Revo. Had to go into knowing most of who I fought. It was really strong. Basically, what they said is that they don't stress as much when they're losing as much in this game. I mean, they get stressed, they deal with anxiety, but like, but it's, yeah, you kind of learn. You know. Awesome to hear about, let's see. Diva says some people aren't built for competitive games where you can and probably will lose, but they play anyway. Is a real problem. I think people find different things in them, and I think it's really, I do think, look, fighting games is still a good platform for single player experience too. And while there's different ways to do that, I'm happy that Sega's committed to the single player experience of the game too. Really happy about that. So I think there is something for it, but competitive meaning player versus player, yeah, no, for sure. Some people, certain modes, it's not gonna click. I have friends that can never play competitive, and I get it. Tricky says, I'd love to be a VF ambassador. Bro, what's going on with Confetti? Confetti is strong, dude. But yeah, she's like, he's really something. You know, don't forget, Spaghetti Confetti. It was NA online qualifier, the last one, I think, in November. Spaghetti was tearing through the field. Took down so many legends. So strong. And I know this about Confetti, so I can see it, and it happened. Yeah. Don't forget Confetti's run at NA qualifiers in November. Holy cow. Is this ping better with other people? I'm at 120.
Ready, go!
I see. I think teabagging in fighting games is funny because it's not a direct like have you guys played like Rainbow Six? That's a game where you can teabag because when you die you see like the person, you might see your corpse point of view, so the guy could actually teabag over you. Right? And then there's the replay teabagging in other shooters. So it's like, go figure. Like when the game gives you the camera of the person who killed you, then you watch them teabag after the win. It's like, okay, this game was built to do this, I guess. But when people teabag in VF, I think it's funny because it doesn't look like it to me. It's just like whatever you want to do. It's just because I think to me VF is a game where you like to spaz. Like you like to mash in VF. People who play VF typically are having fun mashing in some form or another. So I've always not minded wanting to just release that masher urge after the round's over. That's me. But I know people want to read to 10. I'm like, I don't need that negativity. I don't need to interpret it negatively. Just whatever. So I kind of ignore it. Yeah. Some people just be teabagging. Dio's like, same, like, I thought we were friends, And they might go, this is showdown, not show friends. So, it's like, this is showdown, not show friends. They're just going down rapidly. Hey, so Akai, good to see you. Not the whale's fault you haven't done this yet. Dude, Soyo Kai, I didn't mean to ignore you. I'm just like late on the chat because I yeah. Diva says, Chanchai has the vibes I strive for, but I feel too strongly about stuff, and as we know, opinions divide people. I like you sharing your opinions. We want all of this in all the space. I want to support all the people, especially I want net positive. So I want net positive. Doesn't mean I want all positive, but I do want everyone to express themselves honestly and out of love for the game. So that's me. That's what I support. You express yourself honestly and out of love for the game, there's something in there I can respect.
Round one.
I see it was connection issues between Turkey and Confetti. It makes sense though, New York, and I don't know if Confetti's California, could be California, could be Canada. I would say a lot of times we get more stressed out in VF. It tends to be when we're trying to mind read too deep. We're trying to assume what the other person's thinking or feeling. It's more like, in the fight, it's good to respond to how they're fighting, right? And that can encapsulate many things. But when we try to mind read too much, sometimes we might tilt ourselves. So be careful. So I am not angry with you, Soyo Kai. I'm just yapping and stuck way past, and I'm still responding to chats from 40 minutes ago. Yeah.
Round three. Ready?
Yeah. No, I'm glad that in professional life you can lose a lot out of your personal behavior. It's very true. In any licensed professional. Yeah, the best way to get the biggest raise is moving. It's true in current market. Yeah, it's very true.
Wrestling is the ultimate sport.
Yeah, you gotta escape the back throw against. I don't escape the back throw against Tricky at the wall. Sometimes I do, and then sometimes I end up escaping back the whole match. It's dumb, but that happens to me too.
Round one.
Yeah, Diva, I definitely agree that I'm happy. I'm glad VF6 is including the single player match. All right, you guys, I'm gonna go because I haven't had a meal. I had snacks, but I have not had a meal. I need to eat nourishing meal. And then I promised my daughter to go walk with her at the park. She's looking out for her daddy's health, so I'm really happy. So we're gonna go get a good walk. Maybe I go to the gym. Thank you all so much. Really appreciate it. I think tonight I might also watch some dramas with my wife, because I love having an activity that we do together more. And these days, it's those types of things, they still happen, but you gotta really value them when you got them. So, all right, I'll catch you all later. I am going to leave this room, but I appreciate you all. It's been so much fun. And Loving Captain, I'm glad that you're here. Thank you for supporting the channel. But I appreciate you all. I'm gonna go get a meal. I'm gonna go spend time with my daughter. But I'll try to be back on VF more soon because I'm having a lot of fun with you guys. And this is a good time to be enjoying the Virtua Fighter with everyone. Thank you so much, Diva. Well, I love your streams too, so again, shout outs to Diva, to MF Diva. Please follow them on Twitch, you can see them right there. Please follow Tricky Eileen on Twitch, you can see she's right there. Tricky Eileen is definitely one of the very best Virtua Fighter content creators. We have a wonderful community. Actually, we have a growing community with a lot of good content creators. MF Diva is one of those. Soy Akai. Please follow Soy Akai. Soy Akai is pretty much the community. He's been acting like as the community leader in South America. He has helped unite a lot of the Latin American players together. If you have friends or you are in Latin America and you want to love VF, please follow. Well, everybody who loves VF should follow Soy Akai, but especially for you guys in Latin America, please, you have a scene, you have a community, you have tournaments very frequently, and you have strong players. Soy Akai is a very strong player, and of course you're going to hear about Lau Ferris, another very strong player, and you're going to find a lot of other good players. So I know Nova Seiken recently felt like there was no VF community in Latin America. There's a VF community in Latin America, and you can be a part of building it up and making it even better. You guys have all the recipes to be a powerhouse in Virtua Fighter, to be influential in Virtua Fighter. So take your opportunity. Follow Soy Akai and reach out to the community, join their Discord. Soy Akai can tell you the correct Discord, and have an awesome time. Please support more VF, play more VF, love more VF, and watch more VF. Thank you all very much. You got what it takes, and they've got you, which gives them a chance. So, I believe it. You're gonna get there soon, and you're gonna be ready for Crossroads. Crossroads is aiming at you guys, man. Crossroads wants you guys. So yeah, peace out. Thank you very much. And thank you all so much. Alright, so let's now find someone to raid, because I always want to raid someone. I always want to share love and always want to support others. So I'm all about the raid feature on Twitch. Okay, I am going to...
Round two. Ready, go!
So I don't know this person. I can't vouch for them, but I do want to support people that are trying. So I'm gonna go give a raid to Neon Dreams Arcade. So tell them Chanchai says hi, and later on you guys can tell me, should I keep supporting a player, someone like Neon Dreams Arcade, or should I is there caveats? I don't know, but I'm gonna raid them because I like seeing new people try to do new stuff in Virtua Fighter. They've been up for it for about 2 hours, so let's go ahead and raid, say hello, and let's give Neon Dreams Arcade a chance.
Round 4. Ready, go!
All right, here we go. The raid is going to start right now. Good luck, have fun, say hello, be welcoming to Neon Dreams Arcade.
Knockout!